morning. Good morning, all. So, on behalf of the organization committee, I welcome you all, the respected delegates on our dais, participants, teachers, and our dear students. So, today we are gathered here to celebrate Dr. Ranganathan's birthday as National Librarians Day. On this occasion, we are we are organizing this national level seminar on library book review by prominent writers, which is sponsored by Raja Rammohun Roy Library Foundation and organized by our Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College. So, to officially start this occasion, I request our two students, Antarip and Riddho, to come on the stage and for Vedic chant.
ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ सहनाववतु सहनो भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्तिः हरिः ॐ शन्नो मित्रः शन्वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्नो इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु वक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तच्छंयोरावृणीमहे गातु यज्ञाय गातु यज्ञपतये दैवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजं शन्नो अस्तु द्विपदे शञ्चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ मय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतङ्गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेव अवशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् श्रीरामकृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Thank you, Antarip and Riddho. Now, we start our program by felicitating our delegates. For that, I request Swami Vedanta Duranga Swamiji to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Shamir Kumar Jalal. Now, Ravi Kumar De to felicitate our another delegate, Dr. Chandranath Bandyopadhyay. Sorry. Chandrakant Bandyopadhyay. Now, I request our controller of examiner and our vice principal, Dr. Swami Vedanu Rango Swami Maharaj, to give his welcome address.
ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् दुर्जनः सज्जनो भूयात् सज्जनः शान्तिमाप्नुयात् शान्तो मुच्येत बन्धेभ्यः मुक्तश्चान्यान् ॐ स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने Respected Dr. Samir Kumar Jalal, Deputy Librarian, IIT Kharagpur, on the dais. Respected Dr. Chandrakanta Bandyopadhyay Sir, Emeritus Professor, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Centenary College, Department of Chemistry. Respected Dr. Ravi Kumar De, Librarian of Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Centenary College, on the dais. And respected Dr. Sudipta Vishwas, Librarian of our college, and respected teachers, participants of this 2 days national seminar, and all dignitaries and students who have arrived here for this 2 days national seminar on the topic library book review by prominent writers, which will be held today and tomorrow, that is the 12th and 13th of August 2025. On behalf of the college and on behalf of revered Principal Maharaj, I extend a heartfelt warm welcome of you to this 2 days seminar. This seminar is organized to commemorate the birthday of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, father of library science, whose birthday happens to be today, and it has been sponsored by Raja Rammohun Roy Library Foundation. So this is a very special kind of seminar where the seminar is about various notable books and the speakers are the authors of the book themselves. So it is a very rare opportunity to hear about a book from the author himself. So it is a very special occasion that a book is never produced overnight. A book is produced after long experience, long academic endeavor, and after a long, so it is a golden harvest academic culture, knowledge culture, which comes out only after lots of labor, lots of experience, lots of insight, and lots of comparative study about various books published earlier. So it is, and today we are very fortunate to hear about such books from the authors themselves. So it will definitely be a very enriching session, and earlier also we had tried to organize such similar seminars and workshops on different topics and related topics. So I hope that this seminar will definitely enlighten us, inspire us in our academic journey towards a very bright knowledge culture. So, when a person is writing a book, I'm always reminded of Swami Vivekananda's ideas that education is not the amount of information that is put into the brain and runs right there, but it depends on assimilating some ideas. So, a person who has just memorized ideas can never go through the great adventure of composing a book, because it is only possible when somebody has assimilated the ideas so much so into his being that he can compose or create a book on his on himself, by himself. So this is definitely a two-way benefit for this workshop, that we can know about the book, we can know about the creation of the book, the journey through which the author has traveled, and so this will inspire future authors and future academicians to get a glimpse of a very good, valuable book, and also an inspiration for future authors who will compose such wonderful publications and books. So, on behalf of our revered Principal Maharaj, due to some very important engagement, could not be present in this session. He will be trying to attend the seminar in the valedictory session tomorrow. So, on behalf of the Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College, on behalf of all the organizers of this seminar and our library of our college and our both our librarian sirs who have put in lots of effort to organize this seminar, I extend a warm welcome to all of you, and if you feel any difficulty, please feel free to contact any of our conveners or any of us in the college. We will try to help you across the 2 days seminar, and it is our humble effort to bring forth various interested academicians to this 2 days seminar. And we are also very happy that very soon just after this we will have a book release by our very respected and Honorable Dr. Chandrakanta Bandopadhyay sir of our Department of Chemistry. So that is also a very happy occasion for us that sir has composed such a very beautiful book, and it will be released from our on this platform. So we are very grateful to sir for his hard work in publishing this book, in making this book come into shape. So that is also a very happy occasion for us today on this very beautiful morning. So with so many benefits and so many aspirations, let us begin this workshop with a prayer that may this enrich our knowledge culture and help us in going forward to make our nation and the world a better place, a much more enriched place. Thank you all for your presence, and I also extend my gratitude to all the speakers and resource persons who will come in different sessions of this seminar and will grace the occasion. And I also thank all the teachers and participants and students for their kind presence and for their active participation. And all our participants are welcome to interact with our speakers if you have any questions after their talk. With these few words, I again extend welcome to all of you. Thank you all. Namaskars.
Today is National Librarians Day, and on this day we are very happy to organize this part of this seminar, which is the book release. This book titled Biopolymer Analysis, Synthesis and Application, which is authored by our very own CKB sir, Dr. Chandrakanta Bandopadhyay. He is the emeritus professor and our former head Department of Chemistry. So this book is published by our college this year, now today, and it has 224 pages and it's priced 260 rupees. So today uh, we officially release this book now. So for that I request all the delegates on the dais to release the book, please. We are going to know about this book in our first session, first technical session. So later, before that, we are like to hear from our guest of honor. So before that, guest of honor come on this dais and give his keynote speech. I like to request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to introduce our guest of honor.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Somir Kumar Jalal sir. Dr. Somir Kumar Jalal sir did his associateship in Documentation and Information Science from DRTC, Indian Statistical Institute, Bangalore. He did his PhD from Burdwan University in Library and Information Science on webometrics. He has a total 24 years of experience. Presently, he is working as Deputy Librarian at Central Library, IIT Kharagpur since 2024. Prior to this, he worked as a Deputy Librarian in Central University of Bihar, Assistant Librarian at BIT Mesra, Librarian in an Aurora group of institutions, Indo-German Project Department of Health and Family Welfare. He was also a guest faculty in the Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kolani, and fortunately at that time I was the student of that department. He has published 51 research papers in different journals and conference proceedings. He has authored a famous book that is Hyperlink Analysis of Indian Universities, a webometric approach. He is reviewer of few reputed journals. His research interests mainly in bibliometrics, scientometrics, webometrics, metric studies, digital library service, and application of open source software in LIS field. Now I request Dr. S.K. Jalal sir to deliver his inaugural speech. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all and wish you all a happy Librarians Day. Honorable Swami Vedanuragananda ji, Controller of Examination, Ramkrishna Mission, Vivekananda Centenary College, respected Emeritus Professor Chandrakanta Bandopadhyay sir, RKM Vivekananda Centenary College, Professor Shiv Shankar Jana, who is absent here, but he will be joining, I think, by online. University Professor, Department of Library Information Science, Kolani University. Other speakers of the today and tomorrow, respected faculty members, researchers, students, participants. I really feel proud and honored to be here to deliver a keynote address on this special occasion, that is the library book review on by prominent writers. So this is a really an unique event. Normally we never see such kind of a topic. This is very well composed. I learned from the schedule that eminent professors are will be enriching us, and on different topics like chemistry, physics, mathematics, cognitive science and AI. It is a well composed and well covered. Before that, I would talk about today is a very special day. It is a National Librarians Day. So it is, some of you may be not knowing all what is the contribution, salient contribution of Dr. S. R. Ranganathan. So I will be highlighting in a very lucid manner so that everybody will be able to understand, whether they are not in that subject also. So today is 133th birth anniversary of Dr. S. R. Ranganathan, an eminent professor, an eminent personality, writer, university librarian, professor, national research professor, and none other than Dr. S. R. Ranganathan, who is considered as the father of library science in India. Siali Ramamrita Ranganathan, popularly known as S. R. Ranganathan. Officially, it is the 12th August at Sirkaji, Tanjavur district, Madras. Initially, he was a mathematician. He studied mathematics, BA and MA in mathematics, and also worked, as a lecturer for 7 years, and published quite a few number of articles on the mathematics. In 1917, he joined as a lecturer and continued for 7 years. And then in 1923, University of Madras created a post of university librarian, and Dr. Ranganathan applied for this post, and he got selected because he was having quite a good number of research papers. So after selection, he joined to the post of university librarian, and then finally he was not happy with the library. Then the university has decided to send him to London for getting a training on librarianship, learn there, and then come back and then hold the post. Therefore, he was agreed, and before that, what happened, when within a week he thought that it is a very rare place where students are not coming to the library. So that was his heart was paining, and then one day he came to that previous principal where he resigned, that is Presidency College, Madras. That time principal was Mr. Duncan. So he said that Dr. Ranganathan said that I feel a solitary imprisonment in the library, no human being other than staff. So, and then Mr. Duncan said that, okay, you can go to England and take a training. Even after come back, if you are not happy with the library, I will certainly take you as a lecturer. So till then, your post will not be permanently filled. So he was happy and went to England and got a training, and then finally came back and joined as a university librarian and served till 1944. So it is a quite a longer time he served as a university librarian. His work was driven by a deep belief that libraries should serve as a democratic institution. That is, the entire knowledge spread across all the students, researchers, across the society, so that the society will be benefited. So that was his motto, and he, he worked on that till 1944. After that, he in 1945 to 47, sorry, at the age of 54, he resigned from the post of university librarian and joined as a professor at BHU, Banaras Hindu University, Department of Library Information Science. He served for 3 years, then went to Delhi University, also served for till 1955, and then he was also served as a professor, a visiting professor in Canada, Japan, and some other countries. So this was his brief about his work life. And then there should be, like chemistry, physics, there are some laws which guides the subject. So therefore, in previously there was no such laws. So basis of the subject and established the subject as a discipline like other disciplines. So most of his work was based on the fundamental principles. He propounded the fundamental principles. He propounded various laws. So important laws are 5 laws of library science, where it was very, very simple law. That is, first law is books are for use. This is the first law. Library, every reader his or her book. Then every book its reader, save the time of the reader. And library is a growing organism. These are the 5 laws he propounded in published in 1931. And then this itself, these laws is very, very easy. Everybody can understand. And emphasis is given to the library services, library users. So users emphasis has been given, so that the whatever document you will be collecting or purchasing to the library, that should address the needs and information seeking behavior of the users. So that is the motto that he was thinking. And he also made a tremendous contribution. He propounded that colon classification law. So in order to organize the books in the library, previously there are some classification system, but there was no Indian classification system. That is colon classification he devised in 1931, which was popular not only in India but also has made the subject enriched, library and information science. On the other hand, he also looked that Dr. Ranganathan was the pioneer of library movement in India. So he was the first person who made the largest contribution towards the development of the library. So Public Library Act, we have 19 public states have their Public Library Act. So he first started in Madras, and after that almost all states are having the Public Library Act. While working at the Madras University, he also kept the statistics. So as he was the mathematician, so he has a scientific mind. So he used to keep the statistics of how many books have been issued to the students, how many books are purchased, and what is the ratio. So he found that there is a growth curve is higher. So steep growth curve he found, and also he used to keep the statistics on how many man hours are required to perform each and every activity of the library, which ultimately leads to the staff formula, development of staff formula, which was used by ISC Bangalore as well as International Labour Law Library, New Delhi. Later on, UGC has adopted this formula to calculate the manpower of different universities, how many librarian, assistant librarian to be posted each university in India, that his brainchild was there. So that UGC followed and then implemented. So in short, I would say he made also a lot of another milestone, that was the establishment of Documentation Research and Training Center. He thought that high quality manpower should be produced in the country so that they will be able to cater the needs of the researcher. So therefore, research based studies he introduced, and he was the honorary professor from 1962 to 1966. So that was the period he was there in Bangalore. In short, I would say that the whole spectrum of library and information science, he made a tremendous contribution. So to develop the subject, to develop the library as an information center, so how to guide. So therefore, the theory as well as practice, both he has taken care of, and he is the person. So today we will give a salute to him. So we till now never find a person who has made such a tremendous contribution. So this is an opportunity to share with all of us. So only his one concern was there, that is the underutilization of library resources. So he was concerned about that we are spending a lot of money to make the collection development, purchasing of lot of books, etc., e-resources, etc., but it has to be used properly. So that was his only concern, nothing else. Coming to the library as such, as on today, I would say, since it is a general audience, so I would say that libraries have long been the intellectual heartbeat of an academic institution. So far beyond silent study room and full of books, today's library serve as a dynamic ecosystem that strengthens both research and education. Academic libraries play a very foundational role in strengthening research excellence and fostering the educational development. Therefore, from supporting the research, the literature, and providing the various tools to the researcher which help to, which excels the researcher, which will save the time to the researcher, like checking the plagiarism of a papers, then providing the reference tool, etc. There are so many, and also collecting the information if it is not there in the library through ILL. So these are the some things. So these library people are really taking a pain to help the researcher. So that is the contribution, and also the institute should also take the initiative to create a congenial and inviting environment in the library, so that the students should feel as a second home. So they should immediately come to the library. It should have a very congenial environment. They will feel happy to stay there, spend time, and then explore the knowledge, browse the different books, so their knowledge horizon will increase a lot. I would also say that in this connection, that book review will also directly and indirectly will help the collection development. So libraries collection development means collection development and collection evaluation. So evaluating a collection, that means if it is a very old book, if it is old edition, that has to be taken out from the main stock and keep it in the separate way. Active stock should be very, very powerful, so that the users will directly go there. So library book will try to find out the best books which will help the librarian to purchase those books and improve the collection. So that way there is a huge connection of the library book review and the collection development of a library. Again, I would take a little bit from institutional, as a academic institution perspective. I would say that the initiative should be taken to enhance the visibility of an academic institution. So the visibility means that a particular institution should be visible to the world, not only in West Bengal, that is Rahara Ramakrishna Mission. It should be well known to the world, so that how you can improve that visibility, that I will say only one or few sentences. Like that, the visibility of an institution can be made through the visibility, increasing the visibility of faculty members. So if faculty members' visibility enhances, then automatically institute's visibility will increase. So improving the faculty's visibility is done through the publication. So publication of research papers in different good academic, good reputed journals, academic research papers published in reputed journals will invite more and more citations. And directly, if more and more citations, if will be enhancing the institute's visibility in the world. So there are things like the collaboration, national level and international collaboration will enhance the visibility of the faculty members, as well as in turn the visibility of the institution. Again, I would say role of librarian here for enhancing the visibility of an academic institution is that the library people, they can conduct like different author workshop. So periodic author workshop can be conducted in a college, so that the researcher of the institute can get to know that how to write a paper, where to submit, what are the bottlenecks, where why the editor is rejecting the papers. So they will be, the popular the editor of the journals. You can one or two from the different Cambridge University Press. So one reviewer or editor we can call and give arrange for presentation. So it will be helping to the researcher to get to know where to publish, how to publish, and what are the time taken to publish the research papers, and what is the percentage of rejection of the paper. So this kind of information you will be able to know from the author workshop. So this library people can able to take the initiative, and it will be helpful for the faculty members as well as the researchers. On the other hand, there are some, it is equally important to enhance the visibility of the institute through website optimization. It is another direction, that is for every institute or universities or college have their website. So website optimization, that is ensures the institute website is functional, properly functioning, and it is a user friendly and mobile enabled and also SEO optimized. So therefore this will be helping to enhance the visibility of the institute. Second is social media engagement. So whatever the program's results and research results, findings, different activities, it can be I mean with the permission of the authority can share in the LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram like social media site. Also, while constructing the website of the university, targeted keywords, backlinks and the structured metadata that can be really check up, so that the search engine, when it will be crawling that site, so it will say that it will give a good high rank to. So third last option is, that is a integration of Google Scholar ID and ORCID integration. Like faculty members profile, everybody should have the Google Scholar profile where they can upload their papers, even researchers they can upload their papers, and you can also have the ORCID ID integration, ORCID ID. So if you log in there, and from the Google Scholar you can download the papers and directly upload in ORCID site. So therefore it will indirectly or directly help for your visibility as well as the institute's visibility. So these are about the some tips for the library to take the initiatives for development. Coming to the book review for today's topic, book review is a critical analysis of a book. It summarizes the content. Also it try to find out its merit, demerit, and the book review is normally published in newspaper, magazine or social media, or I would say not social media, is an online platform like Goodreads and Amazon or Barnes and Nobles, etc. One of the fastest way to gain academic reputation is through book review. So it does not have any peer review process, lengthy editorial process. So if you have the language, if you have the book, you can write some 500 words or 1000 words review about the book. Before that you have to go through and then understand the book, and then you can review that. Book review are essential for the readers. Why it is essential? Because it offers valuable insights that help them to choose their right books among the huge literary horizon. So review also provides the glimpse of a book's theme, writing style and overall quality, allowing the readers to assess whether a title aligns their taste or not. So, and then book review also introduces the new authors and genres they might not have discovered otherwise. So these are the quality of the book review. Now I would say take only 5 minutes. As Dr. Ravi requested that I had published one book on hyperlink analysis of Indian universities, a webometric approach. So this book was published in 17 by Lambert publication, Germany. Although the publisher is may not be so popular, but I as an author, I will try to highlight the content of the books for this the event. So the book actually is the product of my research, output of my research during the doctoral studies 2009 to 2012, and I studied during that time website was coming up, and the online versions and website was more and more popular in scholarly communication. So I was interested to study the website, and then the university, particularly the university website in India. So 471 universities website I have studied that time. It was taken the all deemed university, all state university, and all institute of national importance. So taken together, it was 471 universities. So I have studied collected the data through search engine as well as the web crawler. So I web crawler crawl the each university site, and through search engine also I collected the data, and then through visualization software we have taken up the statistics. And the one chapter I have made, that is the design and development of ranking system of Indian universities. So one new ranking system I have developed, and which is there in the book, and it has been compared with the existing ranking system like QS ranking, Times Higher Education ranking, and other rankings, and even NAC ranking system, and compared and found that it is a 95% correlation is there. So therefore it has been validated, tested, and correlation regression analysis was used. So this is one part of the book. Another part is hyperlink analysis, structure and functions, how the link is happening inside the site, inside the website, the various type of links and its web presence, how many files are there, how rich is the university site. So that has been studied, and it has been taken into consideration into the book. So therefore I hope those who are like to do research in webometrics, so they can have a much interest on this book. So and also I have published couple of papers, almost 20 papers on the webometrics. So when I studied, then it was only few, only handful papers was there in India as well as in the world. So with this I try to conclude my lecture, that book review and librarians day highlights the symbiotic relationship between the readers, literature, and custodian of literature, that is librarians. And this is a kind of a trinity, and this trinity is, the name is given by Dr. A. Saranganathan. So thank you very much for your kind patience and patience hearing. And also I thank the authority for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts And also I am confident that the seminar will be a grand success and a valuable experience to all the participants. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. The talk was very informative. We all got enriched. Now, we are going to start our first technical session. Before that, I request our volunteers to come on the stage to set up the stage. Please. So now, I request the speaker of this technical session, theme chemistry, Dr. Chandrakanta Bandhopadhyay sir, to come on the stage. Now, I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to introduce the speaker.
Thank you. Dr. Bandhopadhyay sir, popularly known as CKB sir, did his BSc, MSc and PhD from the University of Calcutta and joined Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College as a lecturer in chemistry in the year 1984 and superannuated on 31st January 2023 as head of the department. At present, he is working here as an emeritus professor. After doing postdoctoral research for a short time in Taiwan, he started his independent research in the college with meager facilities from 1996. He has successfully completed 2 minor research projects from UGC, 4 major projects from UGC, DBT and CSIR. He has published altogether 67 research papers in peer-reviewed national and international journals, of which 52 from his college laboratory. He guided 5 students for their PhD degrees from the University of Calcutta. He has authored 3 books. The first one is An Insight to Green Chemistry in May 2019, and its second edition was published in the year 2021. The second book was Basic Concepts on Solid State Physics Synthesis, Basic Concepts on Solid Phase Synthesis and Combinatorial Chemistry, published in the year 2022. And the third book, which was published today, the Biophysics, Biopolymers, Analysis, Synthesis and Applications, published today. He has been awarded with Professor Navneet Rao Best Teacher Award in the year 2013 by A.V. Ramarao Research Foundation, Hyderabad, Coastal Chemical Research Society Award in the year 2025, and He has received Certificate of Excellence in Teaching from UNICEF in the year 2021. Now I request our sir to deliver his lecture on his today's published book. Sir, please.
দাও আরেকজনেরটা ও এটা নয় কাজ করবে এটা কেটে এটা লাইভ এটা পয়েন্টটা হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আচ্ছা আমি না কতক্ষণ টাইমটা কতক্ষণ দেবে 50 মিনিট 50 মিনিট 50 মিনিট Respected Maharaj, respected Chief Guest Mr. Jalal, respected distinguished delegates, respected teachers and my dear students. At the very beginning I like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to our principal Maharaj, practically for his interest and for his encouragement. This book has come in this shape. He actually helped me to publish this book, and his interest has brought my manuscript into prints. So I again express my deep regards to our principal Maharaj. I would express my sincere thanks to Dr. Ruby De, librarian, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to tell something about the new book. The book is entitled as Biopolymers, Analysis, Synthesis and Application. This book has actually, this is the front page of the book, and this book has 5 chapters. This book has 5 chapters, of which the first one is the introduction and the last one is some question answers for ready comprehension of the subject, and the main 3 are the main 3 chapters are the polypeptides, oligonucleotides and oligosaccharides, analysis, synthesis and their application. Practically this biopolymers, this field is a very important field, and especially I shall tell you when I shall discuss on the oligosaccharides. On the oligosaccharide system you will find that gene therapy, how it is coming here, and it is helping us in a lot of way in 21st century. So I shall come into that later. Before that I shall start with the very beginning that our students know. From that positions I shall start and will end up with today's report. That is, the first one is the analysis of the CTAA. Let me first tell you the our common thing that we know that CTA is determined by hydrogenolysis, and during hydrogenolysis practically lot of hydroxides and free amino acid, the C terminal amino acids remain intact, and then it is separated by paper chromatography, and for these hydroxides this silver nitrate is used as the developer and ninhydrin is for these amino acids. But to detect this amino acid from the paper chromatography by comparison, it sometimes becomes difficult. It is better to treat this with benzaldehyde, so that after treatment these compounds having the two amino groups free, they form the dibenzyl derivatives like this one, and hydrogen also forms the dibenzyl derivative, and this dibenzyl derivative actually this is yellow, that's why the total precipitate becomes yellow, and if you filter it in the filtrate you will get the free colorless, and from that you can get this type of paper chromatography and you will get the good result. But this is the result of 1952, but this has been modified in 2002 by doing these reactions in some other way, because this anhydrous hydrogen, it is not at all a gentle reagent. This anhydrous hydrogen is very dangerous, and it is heating for 10 hours at 125 degree centigrade temperature. It is not so good thing. That's why now people do it by treating with stoichiometric amount of hydrogen. The stoichiometric amount of hydrogen are heated in a loosely stoppered conical flask by microwave irradiation for 2 to 5 minutes. So for 10 hours we can do it in 2 to 5 minutes, and then after analyzing this we can get the CTA. So this is the today's in 2002 it has been published. Now if you consider about the N-terminal amino acids, by the Sanger's method we know that from the Sanger's method, simply this NH2 group attacks the 2,4-dinitrofluorobenzene to give the 2,4-dinitrophenyl system, and when it hydrolyzed, we hydrolyze it, we get the N-terminal amino acid as that 2,4-dinitrophenyl group tagged with the N-terminal amino acids, and that is the way. But this method, cannot tell us about the and then practically if we consider the 2,4-dinitrofluorobenzene having an amino group at the orthopositions for the fluorine, then what happens, this NH2 attacks here, so you will get this, and now this NH2 can attack here, and you will get the free peptide along with the quinazolone derivative, and from the quinazolone you can get the N-terminal amino acid, and the remaining peptide will be there, so the sequence can be obtained. So this is the process, this is the new process, how can you get the sequence of amino acids by using the Sanger's method, modified Sanger's method. But actually what we do, the 8-band method is very much common to us, and this 8-band method is utilized for getting the sequence of the amino acids. But before going to the 8-band method, I like to mention that Bergman method, that is 8-band method was in 1950, but Bergman method was in 1927. What he did, practically 8-band followed the Bergman method. What Bergman did, Bergman treated phenyl isocyanate with the peptide to get the N-phenyl carbamyl peptide, and then he treated it with aqueous HCl to get the hydrantoin derivative and the rest of the peptide. But as aqueous HCl was used, it means that those peptide bonds may cleave. That's why the sequence of the amino acids cannot be determined from the Bergman method. But what Edman did, Edman actually modified this phenyl isocyanate PHNCO by PHNCS, phenyl isothiocyanate, and then as sulfur has greater nucleophilicity than the oxygen, so this nitrogen attacks, sulfur then comes, and in this way you can get the N-phenyl thiocarbamyl peptide, and this was then cyclized. One interesting feature that Edman did, Edman thought that aqueous HCl actually causes the hydrolysis of the peptide. So if water is not there, there is no question of cleaving of the peptide bonds. So what Edman did, Edman used dry HCl gas. He used dry HCl gas in nitromethane, so that there is no question of hydrolysis of the peptide. Just add at 40 degrees centigrade temperature to get this thiohydrantoin derivative and the peptide, and this peptide can be repeated. And this thiohydrantoin for actually obtained, the mechanism is like this: the first sulfur attacks to get the thiazole known derivative, and then it rearranges to the thiohydrantoin derivative. But the problem is, here is one problem, that is separation of this thiohydrantoin derivative with the rest of the peptide. This separation was again modified by using some solid phase synthesis. Here, if you consider the phenyl thioisocyanate by solid supported, then you will get the thiohydrantoin derivative, the solid supported one. So simple filtration will separate this one, and you will get the rest of the peptide in the solution, and you will get the solid supported thiopeptide here. So this is the developed process. And what happens nowadays, this Edman method has actually automated, and the solid support not only on the phenyl thioisocyanate, now the peptides are bound to the solid support, and now about 50 residues, up to 50 residues, this sequence can be done by Edman procedure. So this is the Edman's method. And now, after getting the N-terminal and C-terminal amino acids, now we are coming to consider the cleavage of site-selective cleavage of peptides. That is, we want to cleave one site of a peptide. How can we cleave it? And that can be done. Practically, if we look carefully, when a particular peptide, suppose I have shown here has alanine, this alanine that can be cleaved either on the C-terminal side or on the N-terminal side. So if we say that we are cleaving at the alanine site, it means it can be cleaved at the two sides. One is the alanine N-terminal sides, that will be considered as ALA XAA, that is it is the unknown system, that can be considered in this way, or the ALA, or if you cleave on the N-terminal side, then it will be XAA ALA. In this way it is designated here. But how can we cleave? Because all are peptide bonds. It is very difficult to consider a particular peptide bond where we want to cleave it. Actually, it can be done simply because of the functional group. Actually, in the chain, in the side chain system, there are the different functional groups. Actually, those functional groups can be modified. There are no such functional group because it is like alanine. It is very difficult to cleave at the alanine site. But with the serine or asparagine or methionine, we can do all these things. I am showing you a few examples. But how? What is the strategy? The strategy is like that. Suppose you have a leaving group. You are making the functional group a very good leaving group. It means if this is a functional group or related branch chain, that functional group is converted into a living group, then it will be an electrophilic center, and this electrophilic center can be attacked by the amide bonds in the surroundings by 4 ways, either through this nitrogen or through this oxygen, or here through this nitrogen or through this oxygen. And if you carefully notice that every case it was observed that only 5-member rings, the 5-member ring formation will take place during this type of interactions. I am just showing you one example. One is already known to us, that methionine is generally cleaved by cyanogen bromide. But why cyanogen bromide for methionine? Because methionine has a thioether bond. These thioethers are cleaved by cyanogen bromide. Cyanide, this sulfur attacks cyanide, then Br minus attacks this R, and we can get RBr and RSCN. So this is the chemistry, simple chemistry. But when we use it with when we use it with methionine having SAB group, this SN may attack this cyanide, then Br minus comes out. This Br may attack here or here, but it is intermolecular attack. But instead, this can interact intramolecularly, this can attack. And we know that intramolecular reactions are much more favorable than the intermolecular reactions. That's why here the intermolecular reactions takes place, and you will get this one. And once this reactions takes place, this double bond will be activated and will be hydrolyzed readily to get this one. And here the yield is about 90%. This type of reactions takes place. But one problem is there. What is that problem? If this methionine, this side the peptides are like serine or threonine, that is like R is H is serine, R is OA, methyl is threonine. If this type of amino acids are present at the C-terminal side, then some problem happens. Why this problem comes? Because this OH group, here you see after attacking this SME with cyanogen bromide, that is this 38 and 43 are similar. Practically here this peptide bond is opened by some threonine or methionine, and here water attacks from the external source. Here the OH is internally available. So definitely this OH will interact, and finally you will get it that then after hydrolysis you will get the homocidine from the methionine, nothing else. That is SME will be replaced by OH, no cleavage will take place. And here the cleavage amount is only 10%, and that can be improved. How? It is very simple, because here is the intermolecular attack of water, here is the intramolecular attack of water. If we want to increase the intermolecular, it means we have to increase the concentration of water, and that has been done by use of 7 molar urea in 0.01 molar HCl instead of 70% formic acid, and the improvement is about from 10% to 50%. So this way the improvement has been made. This is about the methionine. Here is the cysteine. This cysteine has the CH2SH. This is activated by some thiocyano group. The 2-nitro-5-thiocyanobenzoic acid has been utilized for this to activate this cyanide, and then the attack, and again this bond will be cleaved, and this bond means the XAA cysteine, that bond will be cleaved. And so this way, if you go to the next one, you will find the tryptophan. Tryptophan has some indole system. This indole is activated by 2 acid. It means this indole is first converted to the oxindole system. So all mechanisms are written in the book also, and I am not going into detail about those. I am just telling what is happening, what things in the book. And here the card will be formed, and then again will take place, and it will be that activated place will be gradation reactions, and it is done by PHIOAC2, and then this ring then activates here, and then cleavage can take place. So this way, again serine is the CH2OH group that is activated by disaccinidoyl carbonate, and you can get the 5-member rings. All cases the it will pass through the 5-member rings, and the serine site selective cleavage can be done. Here is the glutamic acid. Glutamic acid CO2H has been activated by bromo tripyrrolidinophosphonium hexafluorophosphate, and you can get the same type of cleavage, and this can occur. One thing I like to mention here, you can distinguish between glycer and sargly, that is glycine serine or serine glycine, the alternative peptides that can be distinguished by zinc, and actually zinc triplets are used for this. How this is possible? If you consider this glycine then serine, it means it will chelate up, then here a cyclization takes place. Here you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This type of cyclization is called the 5-exoteric attack. And here if the serine is first, then after chelation, the OH will attack, and here it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 4 exotrig attack. Actually, these are the Baldwin's rule. According to Baldwin's rule, these nomenclatures are done. These 5 exotrig are favorable than the 4 exotrig. So this way the reactions can take place, and so glycine, serine, this peptide can told you. Now I am coming to show you about the sequence. How can I get the sequence of amino acids? We have to get the sequence of the amino acids. That can be done by chemical method. I have shown mass spectrometry. But before going into the mass spectrometry, I have something to say. Because when I started this book, I had no idea about the mass spectrometry, how the mass spectrometry about, I had some idea about mass spectrometry, but I had no idea about the application of mass spectrometry in determining the sequence of the peptides. And that has been introduced by one of my nearest person, who is Dr. Professor Raja Banerjee, who is present here in the audience, and practically he sowed the seed in me in this field, and then he nourished it by supplying lot of publication papers, including his own papers, and then he poured some water by discussing hours after hour over telephone, and then finally what saplings have come out, that I have put into my book. This is the way, and I must express my sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor Raja Banerjee for his unconditional help. Thank you, Raja Banerjee. Whatever it may be, now I am coming how this mass spectrometry can be utilized in determining the sequence of the amino acids. Here, if we look at the amino acid sequence, here is the peptide backbone, and this backbone, if we look carefully, there are 3 bonds actually: CHCO, CONH, NHCH. Again repetition: CHCO, CONH, NHCO. Again repetition. Types of bonds are there. One is that as Y+2, but there are many discussions about whether Y+2 or Y double prime, how it will be represented. There is a lot of discussions, but finally people come to decide that this NH3 plus will be considered as Y. So Y+2 or Y double prime will not be considered. Whatever it may be. And this type down the question arises, which bonds are cleaving? Here is CHCO, here is CHCO, here is CHCO. So which bond is cleaving? That can be considered by the numbering. Suppose this one is cleaved. Here I have shown here. This is the A1. Then it will be, if there are the n numbers of amino acids, then it will be n-1 with the rest 1. So if it is A1, X will be n-1. If it is B1, Y will be n-1. Similarly, if it is here is 4 tetramers are here, so here it is B2, so it is Y2. Here it is B3, so it is Y1. Here it is C3, so it is Z1. In this way, the different names are given. Now about the side chain. Now what about the side chain? Now if one thing you like, I like to mention that if you want to get any idea about the side chain, say R1 or R2, you must have to form the cation either this carbon or this carbon. Otherwise the effect of the R2 will not be realized. That's why we have to consider either A-type cleavage for getting the effect of substituents, or the Z-type cleavage for getting the effect of the substituents. That's why type cleavage. So let me show here. So effect of side chain can be observed from A-type or Z-type cleavage. Suppose here it is radical cation. Now if some leucine is considered, but one thing is that the side chain must have at least 2 carbon atoms. Here you see, I am just showing you. Suppose this is the carbonyl, then this is the alpha carbon. This R system must have 2 carbons, so that beta and gamma carbon can be considered, because beta gamma bond are going to be cleaved. Here you see, this is the alpha carbon, this is beta, this is gamma. This beta gamma bond is going to cleave to release a isopropyl group. That is 43 mass units will go out. It means if you have A2, then here it will be A2 minus 43, and these type of fragments are called the D2, because A, B, C are there. So again after C the fragment is coming, that is termed as D. Again if you consider from the Z type system, then again you have the same thing. If it releases 43 unit, then it will be W2, because X, Y, Z is there. So before X it is W, that's why it is considered as W type. So these are the cleavage of the these are called the satellite fragments, and this W2, D2, another satellite fragment. Before going to that, I like to tell you that these fragments actually do not tell much about the sequence of the amino acids, but they help sometimes to solve some problems. Like here, if you want to solve the problem whether leucine or isoleucine is there, these two are isomeric. So if you want to distinguish between leucine and isoleucine, then you can get the help. If it is leucine, that is Ab2CH group is there, CH2, CH, Ame2, this is leucine. If it is isoleucine, that means one methyl group will be here. In that case, either 29 mass unit, that is either this beta gamma bond or this beta gamma bond can cleave. If this beta gamma bond cleaves, then it is minus 29 units, if this minus 15 units. So you can get two types of W2A and W2B type of signals, and from this whether it is really eliminating 43 mass unit to get W2, or it is eliminating this Z2 is eliminating 29 mass unit or 15 mass unit, from this solution that can be established. And another type of satellite fragment is the V type, that is A, B, C, X, Y, Z was there. Before X it was W, before W it was V. That's why it is V type. And how it is considered? It is again considered, you see, if you look here, in this case, if you look here, this is the NH plus, is it? Now if this R2 is capable of stabilizing a cation, if R2 plus is stable, then what will happen? This CR bond will form a double bond with the CH double bond NH plus, because NH plus is there. But we have already told that NH plus is not, we will always consider as NH3 plus. But actually the fragmentation is taking place in the NH plus condition. When it is NH plus, then this R2 is opening up. That's why this CH double bond NH is formed. You can readily understand. But as we have considered Y means NH3 plus, so minus 2H, that is this 2H you have to eliminate again. Actually the cleavage is taking place in the NH plus condition, and then for writing we have to write it as minus R2 minus 2H. So these are the different satellite fragments. Now we are coming, how can we establish the sequence of a peptide from this type of fragments? Actually, if you for getting this type of sequence, we must consider this B type or Y type, because you see, if you cleave this CONH bond, B type or Y type cleavage, then cleavage of this bond means it is eliminating amino acid one by one. If you cleave this amino acid is cleaved, then you cleave this amino acid is cleaved. That is one by one amino acids are going to be cleaved, and that's why either B type or Y type cleavage is to be considered. And here, regarding the B type cleavage, one problem is type. The B2 to B4 are available, but higher order BI degrades to lower BI. All BI are not available in the mass spectrometry, mass spectrum. So it is not from the B we cannot rely on the sequence of the amino acids. But regarding the Y, we can get it. But before that, I like to give you a formula. You see, if you cleave this bond, it is the BI, say this is BI, then it will be YN minus I. So BI plus YN minus I is equal to M molecular weight. If the molecular weight be M, and if it is the BI and if it is the YN minus I, then BI plus YN minus I is equal to M. But in Y we have already considered that it is not NH plus, it is NH3 plus. That's why it has been considered BI plus YN minus I is equal to M plus 2. Actually plus 2 will be there, and that is formulated as MH plus 1. So this is the way, one formula that we have to use openly. Another thing is that now if you consider the Y fragments, suppose the Y fragments you are going to consider this NH3 plus. This is stable. This can readily eliminate one ammonia molecule, that is 17 mass unit will decrease to get the Z type. This Y and Z are obtained in the mass spectrometry, and this mass spectrum, this Y and Z peaks will help you to get the sequence. How I am coming to that? Practically, so you have to search for the 72 peaks which are differences of 17 mass units. You see, I have showed here is the peptide and here is the spectrum. I have chalked out some of the separations. You see, these two have the 17 mass unit difference. I have written it here, and 1027, 1010 in such and such. But another thing is that this y intensity of the y peak is greater than that of z peak, because z is coming from y have the higher intensity than z1. Now, if you look in this spectrum, 276 to 59, this is a 17 mass unit difference, 276 to 59, you see here. But this 276 has lower intensity than 259. It is y, this is z. So y should have higher intensity, z should have lower intensity. It means this pair you cannot consider in getting the sequences. You have to avoid it. Such manipulations you have to do openly. Now, how can you get the sequence of the amino acid? Suppose here is the yn minus I peak. That means bi plus yn minus I is equal to m is 100, 1113. So that will be 1115. So bi plus 1027 is equal to 1115. So bi is 88. Now, what is about the B88? B88 means now we have to check the amino acid series, and this is the molecular weight of the amino acids. And when an amino acid enters into the peptide, it releases one water molecules. That means at 18 mass unit will decrease. So here you see there is 87, but no 88 is there. Then what happening? What happens actually, this 87, if it is a N-terminal amino acid, N-terminal amino acid has one proton extra. It means it has a one proton extra, means the Na87 will be 88, and actually it is happening. You see, it is 88. It means it is in the 87. It was in the 87. It was serine. So this molecule, this N88, this is for the serine, and this serine is the N-terminal amino acid. You see, this is the serine, this is the N-terminal amino acid. It has been established. Now, after getting this 1027 to 970, this is the next y. So if you come from this y to this y, what is the difference? This is 13 plus 27 means 57. 57, who can give the 57? You check. 57 is given by glycine. So this will be the next amino acid will be glycine. Here the next amino acid will be glycine. Similarly, 970 to 953, only 17 mass unit. Nobody can come. So leave it. Then come to 970 to 856. Means here 44, here 70. Means 114. This difference is 114. 114 you can get. If you check here, 114 you can get it. That is the asparagine. So obviously this next one is the asparagine. In this way the sequence can be done. But it is the most fundamental things, not all things, because many problems will appear that we have to overcome by some different types of other fragments and other tricks that we have to do it. But this is the fundamental thing, how the mass spectrometry can be utilized for getting the sequence of the amino acids. Now practically silver methylated system has been developed, and they also I am not going to in detail that. Practically B star, B and A, this type of triplets are obtained here. This type of triplets, this type of triplets, this type of triplets come, and from this difference you can get the sequence of the amino acids. So leave it. Now let us come to the application of the peptides. It will be very, I think everybody will till now, many people in the audience, they have not enjoyed at all. They were bored because it was fully on the chemistry and something less. But now I am coming to some topic. Everybody will enjoy it. That's why that is the application. That's why I have given emphasis on the application part mainly. Regarding the application of the polypeptides, practically we all are very much aware about the insulin. It is a hormone. Practically it is a peptidic hormone. Two peptides are there. 121 unit, 130 units, something like that, and they are linked by some sulfur linkages. And this insulin is now modified by insulin D-glutate. There is also some D means negative threonine, glu means some glutamic acid linkers are there, dec means some hexadecanoic acids have been incorporated, something like that. That is these modifications of this. And another drug discovery was there, that is the liraglutide. This liraglutide, it is a GLP-1 receptor agonist. This is the glucagon-like peptide 1 receptor. What is glucagon? This glucagon and insulin I like to mention you that we all know that insulin is used to decrease the blood sugar amount in the blood, and glucagon is its complementary. If there is a decrease in sugar in the blood, then to increase the sugar, everybody are in the pancreas. From the pancreas beta cell, actually the glucagon, the insulin is created from in the beta cells, and glucagons are in the alpha cells. And this when there is a decrease in the sugar level in the blood, then this glucagon tells the signals the liver to form the glycogen to sugars and mix in the blood, so that the blood level will increase. Whatever it may be, now today's market, this insulin degludec and liraglutide, they form a combination drug. There are many drugs, you know that now combination drug is there, that is two types of disease, but they form some antibody in our body, and that antibody helps to fight the antigen. And how it is produced? Practically the antigens are some deactivated antigens are introduced into the animal body and to produce the antibody, and in doing so the animals sometimes get toxicated by the antigen toxicity. That's why some problems are there. Now what happens? People are well aware how to synthesize the peptide systems. That's why now people know how to synthesize peptide, and people know how to get the sequence of the antibodies. So some people are considering the antibody sequences, and some people are preparing the those peptides are synthesized synthetically. As a result, they have produced a large amount to inject the antigen into the animal body, and then the antibody will have to create it. This way people are not doing it now. So this is very much helpful in today's life. Medical imaging by using some radioactive labeled peptides, nutraceuticals, that is those peptides which can use as nutrition as well as pharmaceuticals. Then food preservations, nisin as well as pharmaceuticals. Then food preservations, nisin is a very good peptide for food preservative system. And then that is the cosmetic industry also, dipeptide, tripeptide. So these are the some applications of the polypeptides. Now applications of the polypeptides. Now I am coming to the nucleotides. I am not going anything about the oligonucleotides because these syntheses are very large amount. But you know that oligonucleotide synthesis is very much required for today's life. I am coming to that. If you consider the applications of the oligonucleotide, practically in the last century, that is the 20th century, the drug delivery was fully focused targeting the proteins. What they did? Some proteins are there who are friendly proteins, that is they are good for our health. Some proteins are there which are bad for our health, that can produce the diseases. Some can cure diseases, some can generate diseases. So you have to control those proteins, and those protein control was done earlier by making some organic molecules or some other type of molecules which can either activate the good protein or deactivate the bad protein by applying some compounds from external sources. But as the protein folding is very critical, so it is very difficult to protein, and that is a very another protein, SMA gene SMN2, that is copy of the SMN1, but that function in a little different manner. What happens? That SMN2 cannot produce the protein properly. Why not? Because when mRNA produces a protein, that mRNA actually starts from some pre-mRNA. I am showing you here one example. Here it is the pre-mRNA. This pre-mRNA has some exons and some introns. These introns are non-coded system. The exons are the required coded system. And when the mature mRNA is formed from the pre-mRNA, these introns are expelled out, and this process is called the splicing mechanism. By splicing mechanism, this mature mRNA is formed. Actually, when this is happening, this SMN2 gene, when it is producing the SMN2 pre-mRNA which is formed, this 7 exon, that is the required coding is there. This 7 exon is expelled during the formation of the mature mRNA in the common processes. That is, SMN2 gene is just like SMN1 gene, but SMN2 gene fails to take the 7 exon into the mature mRNA. That's why the protein is not produced which is required for the SMN protein that is required, that cannot be formed. Now what happens? This nusinersen is a small oligonucleotide. It is 20 mer. It has 20 mer. Some modifications are there. Some of the, you know that there is some phosphates. Those phosphates, the oxygens are changed by sulfur, called the thiolate, and some the 2-position OH group that is changed by OCH to CH2OM, something like that. And that's why some modifications have been made in the nusinersen. And this nusinersen, actually what they did, it tags here, and when it tags here, it helps the splicing, and this is called the, this mechanism is now called the splicing modulator, because the splicing mechanism was to eliminate the introns, keeping the exons intact. But here the splicing modulation, by splicing modulation, this nusinersen tag here, and it helps to incorporate this 7 exon into the mature mRNA. As the mature mRNA is formed, and then it can produce the SMN protein. And now this is one of the medicine. This is now practically in the market. It is used as Spinjara. This nusinersen, it is used as Spinjara. But with one injection, it requires 1,25,000. 1,25,000 per injection, and you have to put these injections regularly. So it is very costly. It is not possible. And another medication is there of the SMA, that is the some Zolgensma gene therapy. And what it does, SMN1 is replaced by SMN1 gene that was the defective, that SMN1 gene is replaced. So that's why, and that costs about 17 to 18 crore, not lakh, 17 to 18 crore per time. And that's why in the paper it is written that the 18 crore rupees lagbe. এই কথাটা লেখা আছে আনন্দবাজারে. That is the cause why it is so much costly. And now the question is, so this is we can really understand that what is the need of these oligonucleotides today. Again, if you look at the other sources of the oligonucleotides, these small interfering RNAs, রোগী আমি কতক্ষণ পাবো? 5-10 মিনিটের মধ্যে, ঠিক আছে। Small interfering RNAs and small activating RNAs. The small interfering RNAs and small activating RNAs, we know that RNAs are single stranded, but RNAs are also double stranded. This siRNA and saRNAs, these are double stranded. It has one guided strand, one passenger strand, and practically this, they help it. I am not going in detail, but just they help in this way. Some of the mRNAs are producing bad proteins. If those who are producing the bad proteins, these siRNAs, the interfering RNAs, they are interfering those mRNAs and are not allowing to produce those proteins. And these saRNAs are small activating RNAs. Actually, those RNAs which are helpful, which are producing good proteins, they activate them. This is the very common thing, but it has a detailed mechanism. I am not going into that. So let me tell another thing. I like to mention, practically here also I like to mention that miRNA, microRNA, in 2024, the Nobel Prize was got on microRNA. And that microRNA is a small RNA, non-coding RNA. They actually tagged on the good mRNAs, the mRNAs which are producing good proteins, they tag with them. As a result, the microRNAs are not allowing the formation of the good protein. So if you can take some oligonucleotides from external sources, the ASOs, these are called the ASOs, antisense oligonucleotides. If you can give them, the miRNA microRNA will be tagged up, so that the mRNA will not be damaged and the mRNA can produce the good thing. Again, the 2024 on miRNA, microRNA. On 2023, the Nobel Award was given to the mRNAs. The mRNAs, the base was changed for that one. So these are the, from this you can readily understand that lot of developments are going on in this field. And finally, the polysaccharides, they have also lot of applications are there. They have the application in the food industries like the dietary fibers, sugar, fat replacers, antimicrobial activities, and several therapeutics applications are there. And finally, they have some also they have some applications in the dentistry. So with this, I come to end, and finally thank you all for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Now we have 10 minutes time for discussion on sir's speech. So anybody has any confusion, any clarification they want or discussion, please raise your hand.
বলেনি মানে হালকা
So if there is no question, we can finish this technical session here. Okay. Okay, sir has a question. Sir.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, my question is, I mean, it's completely outside my field, but what I wanted to ask you is that, you see, I mean, organic molecules and inorganic molecules. Inorganic molecules much smaller, right? Right? Inorganic molecules for H2O. The number of atoms are less, much less in the inorganic molecules. In the organic molecules, the number of atoms is much higher. The structure is more complicated, right? And polymers, they are multiple monomers, right? So long chain of think of long chain of polymers. They are everywhere in our body. They are everywhere in our brain. In fact, we are all made up of polymers, right? Multiple polymers. Now, my curiosity is, you are forming an extraordinarily large molecule, like a polymer. You are holding a lot more information in that structure. Okay. Now, if multiple such structures get opportunity to come together, then there is likely to be, almost certainly likely to be more common information across all of them. Right. If that happens, probably there is a possibility that they will, at one point of time, under the environmental pressure, they will start working together. Probably here lies something about the, origin of life, the way from polymers, eventually life forms came into being. So that's what, I mean, it's a general observation, no question or comment. So,
what you are telling that it is a general thing, but our origin of life, that is a critical thing. And what is there in it, actually it is very difficult to not known and very difficult to think also. Practically lot of polymers are there, they are combining their materials, but when they are coming together, they are doing something. When if any one of them is not there, it is not happening. So it is a very critical thing, and all scientists are just doing here and here, but total system it is not practically impossible, but we all will try. We will never, just like the concept of limit, that never that will, I think never it will be, nature cannot be conquered completely, but everybody will try to conquer nature. They will run after that, but they will never reach it. Just like the concept of in mathematics, the limit, it tends to zero, but it never tends to zero. Just like what I think.
Thank you, sir. Now we conclude this first technical session. Now for that second technical session, the theme is AI for literature review. So the thing is the speaker, Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana sir, he got an operation on his leg. So for that he is not present here physically. So he is going to deliver his lecture online. So please give us few more 2 minutes to set up the environment, online environment.
Yes, 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 yes. Am I audible? Visible? Okay. Now, is it audible? Okay, okay, okay. Hmm. Okay, okay. শুনতে পাচ্ছি। Yes, yes, yes. I have already shared. Yes. Okay, okay.
Good afternoon. Due to medical emergency, Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana could not attend here. He is online and he will present his lecture online. Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana is working as a professor and head in the Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kolkata. He has passed MLIS, a gold medalist from Jadavpur University in the year 2001. Later, he has also completed postgraduate diploma in digital library management. There also he stood first, and PhD from Jadavpur University. He has written 5 books and near about 125 research articles published in reputed journals, conference proceedings, book chapters, etc. He has also delivered, presented invited lectures and papers in different forums. His domains of interest mainly are knowledge organization, ontology, scientometrics, digital resource management, e-learning, and artificial intelligence. 9 scholars have already been awarded PhD under his supervision, and I am one of them. And at present, 4 students are pursuing PhD. Now I request Dr. Shiv Shankar Jana to deliver his lecture. Sir, please.
Okay, okay. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 The convener of this seminar, Dr. Ravi Kumar De, the librarian of this institute, and joint convener, Dr. Sudipto Vishwas, he is also a librarian of this college, and the chief patron, Honorable Principal Sir, Swami Kamalasthananda, and the speaker, dignitaries, and my dear students and scholars. Today, you all know that this is the National Librarians Day in India, and in this eve, I am paying my homage and pranam to the father of library and information science in India, the great mathematician, the great LIS scientist, Dr. Shiali Ramamrita Ranganathan. And I am very much happy to be a part, though in online mode, so to be a part of this national seminar entitled Library Book Review by prominent authors, organized by Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Centenary College and sponsored by the RRL. Okay, so my topic of discussion is, as the audience is varied in nature. Some are from chemistry, from physics, from computer science, from library science. So I have prepared my PPT in a simple, lucid way so that anyone can understand. So my topic is AI for literature review. So though this seminar is mainly for the book review, there is a little bit difference between the book review and literature review. So when we are talking about book review, it is mainly encompasses the review of a particular book. But when we are talking about the literature review for any type of research, so we can review all the relevant literature on that particular topic, on that particular domain. So today's topic, coming to today's topic, that is AI for literature review. You see here two facets are there. One is AI, another is literature review. So first we have to know what is AI and what is literature review and how to integrate AI for literature review. Okay. So you see, when we are talking about AI, AI has basically the two components. One is ML, that is machine learning, another is AI, that is artificial intelligence. So without machine learning, intelligence will not develop in the machine. And another is literature review. It has also two parts. One is literature searching, that is searching of effective literature, and then review the literature. Okay. So first I will start by depicting a concept of intelligence in Bhagavad Gita. You see, in Bhagavad Gita, intelligence is called the buddhi. It is not merely about the intellectual capacity or memory, but rather the capacity for clear perception, sound judgment, and self-awareness. So it's actually about understanding one's true nature, recognizing the difference between the self and the material body, and making decisions that align with one's dharma, that is duty. The Gita emphasizes that true intelligence involves discerning what is real and lasting from what is fleeting and illusory, and ultimately leading to the liberation from suffering. So now we come back to the concept of AI. So AI, artificial intelligence, you all heard this term. So AI is basically some algorithm, some technique which are used to enable the machine or computer to behave like a human being, behave like a human intelligence. And when we are talking about artificial intelligence, obviously the core concept is learning, that is machine learning. So machine learning is the concept, is the subset of the artificial intelligence. Rather, core of the artificial intelligence is machine learning. Machine learning act at the back end and intelligence act at the front end. Okay. And another subfacet of the machine learning is deep learning. Nowadays, we can manipulate, the audio data, image data, and so we use the huge number of complex algorithm like neural network, large language model, Gen AI, and so many concepts are there. So first, we have to know what is machine learning and different types of the machine learning. You just think about human being when I use the HI, that is human intelligence. In case of machine, we call machine intelligence. So at the back end of human intelligence, there are huge amount of learning from the childhood to onwards. So in case of machine, same thing happens. So in case of machine or computer, there are three types of learning. So first one is called supervised machine learning. So in supervised machine learning, like the, in childhood, when we teach any child, we use different label data. Suppose we ask a child that this is a blue color, this is a green color, this is a red color object, and this is a square, this is a cube, and so on. And similarly, we can supervise, we can learn, we can train the machine using the label data. You see the picture here. There are, three shapes. One is hexagonal, another is square, another is triangle. Then with these three label data, we train the machine using huge number of data, but all data encompasses either hexagonal or square or rectangle. Then machine will develop an intelligence so that in future, if we test by using two object, so machine will predict that this is square and this is triangle. So this is called the supervised machine learning. Here some algorithms are there, random forest algorithm, decision tree algorithm. I will not go in detail of the computer science material. So you can use this, we can use this machine learning mode in regression analysis, linear regression algorithm, multivariate regression algorithm, and so on. And another type of machine learning is called unsupervised machine learning. You see, when we teach in a classroom throughout the semester, we use the label data. We use the label data to learn to teach the student. But after the end of the session, end of the semester, now the student will have to give an examination, but all the question in examination are not at all the similar what we have taught in the classroom. Therefore, the student can give their answer by using the previously trained data, but now all the data are unsupervised data, no label data are there. So in case of machine, you see I inputted these 4 images. All are unlabeled data, but through the algorithm, through the intelligence, and through go through the different characteristics of these data. So machine will process these data, and machine will understand these 2 figures are of the dog, images of the dog, and these are the images of the cat. This is called the unsupervised machine learning. Some algorithm use k-means clustering, DB scan algorithm, and so on. And we can use this machine learning in case of the network analysis, recommender system, anomaly detection, etc., etc. Okay. And another most important machine learning system is the reinforcement machine learning. It is very, very interesting, because in case of the human being, we mainly learn from our experience. Suppose if I ask any participant to go to the terrace of this building and jump from this terrace, no one can do, because he or she has the experience from his childhood or experience through scanning the literature. So people actually learn from their experience. So now we have trained the machine so that computer can learn from their experience. If you go to the ChatGPT, so you ask a question in the ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will give you a instant answer. But after getting the answer, there is logo that is say either this answer is okay or not. So if you click this answer is okay for for your question, then or this is not up to the mark of that question, answer is not up to the mark. So the either if you give that either this is a reward, that is the question answer is okay, or punishment, that is question answer is not up to the mark. Then this you see the picture when AI agent, when we search a question answer of this question, so it will go to the environment, that is user environment. User will say good action, that is reward, or bad action, not reward or punishment. Then the algorithm automatically customized that this answer is not okay for that question. So from this experience, machine also will develop their intelligence day to day. Okay. So these are the back end of the machine learning. Now the another facet is literature review. So first you have to search the literature, not only the literature, relevant literature of your interest. So we generally go to Google or Google Scholar or Scopus or Web of Science, or so many search systems are there. So first you see this Venn diagram is all literature. Then you put a search term, then it will give some limited literature. Then you narrow down your search by putting some filtering, that say India, that say time period, and so on, so on. So narrower search, and then you select the relevant literature from all these literatures. Okay. So before I so now you need to know what AI is doing at the back end for the relevant literature search. So you need to know some concept, because before in earlier days the search system they uses use just the number of keyword or number of search term, but now different AI algorithm are there. Just you go through this slide, you see there is a new terminology, that is TF-IDF, term frequency, inverse document frequency. So, using this algorithm, the machine can understand that this article is relevant to your query. How? You see, suppose TF, that is term frequency. Term frequency means the number of time a term appear in the journal article divided by total number of terms in the document. Okay. And inverse document frequency is the log of number of the document in the corpus, that is total number of documents or literature in the search system, and divided by number of documents in the corpus containing this particular term. And TF-IDF is equal to the TF into IDF value. Just you see the example. Suppose just Google Scholar. Google Scholar encompasses only 2 documents. Okay, document 1 and document 2. Suppose, though in reality it encompasses huge number of documents. Document 1, that is small d1 and small d2, document d2, and document d1 has 5 words, that is this occur 1 time, is occur 1 time, a occur 2 time, sample occur 1 time. And document 2, that is D2, in document D2, this occur 1 time, is occur 1 time, another occur 2 time, example occur 3 times. Okay. Now we want to measure the TF, that is term frequency of this one, this document 1 on this term. So this is called TF, this term in D1 equal to the number of occurrence of this word, that is 1, divided by total number of words, that is 5. So 1 by 5, 0.2. So 0.2 will be the term frequency of this term in respect of document 1. Okay. Similarly, the TF value for this one time, that is 1 in the in numerator, and total 7 terms are there. See, so TF value of this in term document D2 is 0.14. Okay. Then IDF, that is inverse document frequency. So IDF is for total whole corpus. Corpus means the collection of the document D1 and D2. Okay. So IDF for this in total document is log of total number of documents, that is 2 documents in the numerator, and the document contains the term this, that is also contained in 2 documents. So 2 by 2, that is 1, log 1 means 0. So IDF value is 0 for this. So TF IDF value for document 1 is 0 into 0.2, and also for document 2 0 into 0.14. So both the document, the TF IDF value is 0. So if anyone search using the query this term, so both documents are not so relevant. But if anyone search exam by using the TF value for document 1, there is no occurrence of example. So 0 occurrence divided by number of term, that is 5, 0 by 5, and for the example or 3 times, that is 3 by 7, total 7 number of terms. So 3 by 7, and that is more. log of D1 is 0 into 0.3010, but in case of a document 2, the TF-IDF value is 0.429 into 0.0301, that is more or less 0.129. So, if anyone search example, then machine will understand that document 2 is relevant for example, not the document 1. Okay. So, this is the actually back end of the. Now, you see, now if we use the numerical data, then it is very easy to understand for machine. But you know, nowadays most of the data are the fuzzy data, messy data, and most of the data are in natural language, textual form. So, machine need to train the natural language. So, now the new terminology has come, that is NLP or natural language processing. So, you see, when we do the natural language processing, first when we inputted any text or article to a machine, so machine first pre-process the textual data. First, it remove the punctuation, number and symbol. Second, it converted into the all the word into lowercase. Then it divide all the sentence paragraph into different token. Token means a word. Then removing the stop word like preposition, conjunction, article, and so on. Then lemmatizing, that is converting all the word into its root word. Suppose say go, went, gone. So machine will not understand go, went, gone. So pre-process will convert go, went, gone to go, so that machine will understand the natural language. Okay. So this is the pre-processing before we apply the machine learning for textual data. Now a new technique has come, that is called vectorization. So now we convert a document into a vector, so that machine will understand the document and accordingly behave. So a new concept has come, that is vector space model. So to understand the vector space model, this is basically an algebraic model. You see, mainly in real life situation, we see any object in 3-dimensional figure, that is x axis, y axis, and z axis. But in case of algebraic model, that is we can suppose n dimensional space. Suppose say you see a document contain say 100 word. After pre-processing, it contain 100 word. So for each word we assigned a dimension. Suppose a document contain a database, rather total database. A database contains say 3 word. One is library, and another is programming, another is residential. Okay. So library actually represented by a dimension, that is x axis, and programming represented by y axis, and presidential represented by z axis. Okay. So if any document contain one library word and one programming word, the coordinate will be here, that is document 2 D2. So one library word and one this library word, and this perpendicular is the programming word. So D2 will represent the document 2 based on the term. So when we draw a straight line from the origin, so D2, this straight line will represent a vector having the magnitude and the direction. And when we put any query to a search system, so query also is converted to a document vector. So this is query, and this is document D2, this is document DM, D3 and so on. So all the documents in a in a search system or database are represented by the vector. Okay. So you see now how the AI is used for measuring the similarity between the two documents or between the query and the other article in the database. So there are so many algorithms. One is Jaccard similarity, another is Euclidean distance, cosine similarity. Cosine similarities again are three types: number of term based on the number of term, number of TF, TF-IDF, and recently Google used actually BART, bidirectional encoder representation from the transformer system. So now we will discuss very simply. These are the concept. That is, the first one is Jaccard similarity. You see, in Jaccard similarity, basically in earlier days, all the search system, including the Google, Yahoo, Hotworld, AltaVista, all used the total number of total number of intersection word between the two documents or query and document. Suppose A is a document, B is another document. So this is the intersection. How many words are common in document 1 and document 2? So Jaccard similarity index is measured by intersection number of common word in two documents divided by total number of words both the documents. Okay, this was used in earlier time. Nowadays it was not so used, because you see, in case of two documents, if one document is smaller, another document is bigger, then the matching or the intersection or common word will be greater. Therefore, this is backdated concept. Now the new concept has come, that is using the the vector space model. I have already mentioned earlier. So Euclidean distance. Suppose this vector is represented by your query, and this vector is represented the document in the the database. So this is an document, another document maybe there, another. So n number of documents are there, and one is query. So now we have to measure the distance from the query to the document. The least distance should be the similar document. Okay. So accordingly, Google or search engine can rank the when we search any search term in Google or search system, they will give you huge number of relevant literature in a rank wise. So how they make the rank? So in this way they can rank the website or database literature. So this is called the Euclidean distance. But there is a problem, because it only uses the magnitude of the vector, not the direction of the vector. So therefore now come the new concept, that is cosine similarity. So cosine similarity, you see, that is cos theta equal to A dot B by A into B, that is cross product of the two document, dot product of the two document divided by the cross product of the two documents. Okay. Suppose say this is represented, this vector represent a query and this vector represent a document. So if we just consider this distance, Euclidean distance, so if the query is here, then the Euclidean same query, but you apply some another search term, some more search term, then the Euclidean distance will be greater, but the query is same. Therefore, the new concept has come, that is to find out the theta, that is angle between the query and the document. If the angle is 0, that is cos theta equal to 0, the value will be 1, that is this document is very much similar or similar to this query, and in this way you can measure the angle between the query and the document. Okay, so that we can measure the cos theta value, and cos theta, you all know that cos theta 0 equal to 1 and cos 90 degree equal to 0. So if the document vector is in this direction, that is 90 degree, then the cos theta is 90 degree, that is will be value will be the 0. There is no such similarity. Okay, so in this way actually any search system at the back end, they measure the similarity between the documents, between the query and documents. Accordingly they present the relevant documents, okay, for literature review. So I am actually presenting here an example. I think we are getting late, so we have to skip this one now. How to measure the cosine similarity, this is an example. So another algorithm has come and developed by Google, that is BART, bidirectional encoder representation from transformer. It is very too much complex, thus I am giving you some flavor. You see, in now AI era, basically AI is depend mainly the architecture, that is transformer architecture, where they use basically two systems, one is encoder, another is decoder. Okay, but most of the GPT, Chat GPT or Google Gemini like that, they use only decoder system, because when we ask any question, basically they train their machine using the huge number of textual data available in the website, and when we ask any question, the machine will decode this query and give the answer from the trained data. That is GPT style, but BART style is encoder only. When we upload any document or any query in a search system, so Google will understand and try to understand the meaning of the document. That is called the encoder only transformer using in the BART system. Just simply you see, in case of BART system, basically when we put any search query in a Google or upload any document in a Google, then suppose I uploaded two sentences, that is, my dog is cute, he likes playing, just. So Google first pre-process the data by dividing all these two sentences into token, lemmatized, and pre-processing all the textual data. Then first he create another token, that is called CLS, that is classification, that is used for the first beginning of the sentence, that is CLS, and between the two sentences it uses another token, that is SCP for separation, and another SCP at the end of the second sentence and beginning of the sentence, and so on. So accordingly they will generate a new coding system, that is token embedding, segment embedding, position embedding, 3 embedding. So first he assigned a unique identifier, that is E for embedding token, that is CLS, E my, E dog, E is. Then it add the segment embedding. It assign the new number for each segment, that is for each sentence. So suppose this is my dog is cute, first sentence, so it use A, assign A. For second sentence use B, and so on. So this is called segment embedding, and then it lastly use the position and embedding. So what is the position of this token in the text? So this is the 0 position, this is first position, E1, E2, E3. Accordingly they calculate the embedding identifier for that particular token, and so on. And for this algorithm, the Google can understand if you omit he, the Google can understand that he is basically a top. Okay, so this is complex. Just I am giving you a simple flavor. Now the another indirect process. All are these are I have already told you all the direct process for measuring the similarity. But there are also a indirect process. Basically, we use two concepts: bibliographic coupling and co-citation. You see the picture. Am I audible? Everything? Okay. So two system. One is bibliographic coupling. You see, in case of research article, we usually use, rather we definitely use the citation in the references. Suppose A and B two articles. Okay. So in A reference of the A article, there are C, D, E, F in references. Also, E, F article in the references of E. So we can say that two documents cite 4 articles here also. So we can say that somehow A and B documents are similar to each other. How much similar? So we can measure the similarity by using the number of citation, that is called the bibliographic coupling strength 4. As the bibliographic coupling strength 4, so A or B is more related to each other if this is 2 less related to each other, and so on. And just opposite, if C, D, E, F 4 articles are there, in C article in the references there are 2 articles A and B. Also in D article there are A and B, E article A and B, F article E and B. So both all these 4 articles they cites A and B, A and B. So A and B somehow related to each other, that is called co-citation, and we can measure the co-citation proximity index. Suppose this is an document, this is an article, this is an article C. Suppose this is article C where A and B is indexedly cited. Suppose if A and B cited in a same sentence, then the co-citation proximity index will be 1. If it is cited in the same paragraph, then the co-citation proximity index will be 1/2. If anywhere in this article, then 1/4. If anywhere in this particular issue, then 1/8, and so on. So in this way also we can measure the similarity of the document in search system. So now this is the back end of the search system. Now how we use, how different AI tool they uses these search techniques or algorithm for their searching. So there is, you see, note down this: insightful.xyz, open knowledge map, connected papers, lead maps, co-cite, research rabbit are very useful tool for publication discovery tool. So if you go to the first one, that is insightful.xyz, you see insightful.xyz, just a minute. So this is the, my slide is visible? Okay. So you see that is insightful.xyz. If you type any title, any topic, any DOI, then it will give you the relevant document. Actually at the back end, the similarity algorithm, they use the similarity algorithm. Suppose I am typing here, say sustainable development goal. Okay, so it will, you see, all these are relevant documents here. So suppose if you click any document, the moment you click on a document, it will give you the, this is cited by, this one published by, and all these are, you see the network. Just a minute. Okay, just a minute. Some network issue is there. Just a minute. Actually, it may take some time. You see, similar paper. So, based on the algorithm, they will find out, they will give you similar paper, most important paper, review paper, you see, review paper. So, these are all similar paper. And suppose this paper is very much, for your research topic, you just click here, just I am, now is it visible? So, click here, okay. Then you see, just a minute, then add paper. If you see the network of all these paper relevant to your topic, okay, all these are basically the relevant of your paper. So, if you click here, this paper is relevant and add this paper, so already these papers are added. First paper I have searched for that and 2 papers I have added, okay. So, in this way you can select your relevant paper. If you know the SQL, SQL language, then you can also search, suppose say I want to order by published year, DESC, that is descending order. So, you see all the published year, according to the published year, all the result will be ordered by the published year in 2025 and so on. Then use this plus sign and add papers, and in this way you collect your literature, rather relevant literature, and after collecting all this literature, you click here save. You can save in BibTeX format, which is very much compatible to for the LaTeX. LaTeX, you all know LaTeX is basically a scientific content writer tool, and RIS format, that is research information system format, or you can directly upload it in the Mendeley reference manager or Zotero reference manager, okay. So, suppose I downloaded in RIS format. So, I downloaded it, okay. So, now just a minute. So, after collecting all these relevant data, now time to analyze the content of the document. So, suppose you see you collected 100 articles relevant to your document, relevant to your research domain. Then some papers are very complex in nature, it is not easily understandable to you. Then you can use a AI tool for understanding in simple language. This tool is, yes, okay. So, you can use SciSpace. So, in SciSpace there is numerous provision for chat with PDF, literature review, paraphrasing, citation generator. I will show you the chat PDF. You see. So, in chat PDF there is a tool that is called Copilot. If you upload any PDF, suppose I have already uploaded my PDF, I will show you. If you upload your PDF, Then you can ask any question to this PDF. Suppose you want to suppose say you do not understand this portion, you just select this portion and click explain text. So at the right hand side, the AI tool will explain this portion in very simple language. Okay, just a minute. So you see this machine will understand this one, and in the context of this article it will give you in simple text. And another is, suppose you need to clarify this table, so click here explain math and table, then you select this table and automatically the AI tool will explain the table as per based on this article. You see the in simple. So in this way you analyze the content of any collected document for literature. And lastly, so what are the major objective of the literature search? Major objective of the literature search and then the literature review is to find out the research gap. So you have to understand how many types of research gap. There are basically 4 types of research gap I have identified. First one is called classic literature gap. Classic literature gap means the gap emerges when there are a new concept or phenomenon come. Suppose for example, new tools are come, that is AI and ML. Now we the library professional, we want to integrate AI ML in library services. As there is a new concept AI and ML, there are no such published literature, therefore all are there a huge gap in literature. So this is called the classic literature gap. You can do your research on that topic, that is application of AI ML in library functioning and servicing. Okay. Another is disagreement gap. Suppose huge number of research articles are there on your topic. Suppose you are you expect to study on a research on say smoking is the cause for lung cancer. Okay, huge number of already published articles are there, but if you see the 95% articles say that yes, the smoking is injurious or for the cause for the lung cancer, but 5% they oppose. Therefore there is a disagreement gap and you can do research on that area. And another one is the contextual gap. It is very much common for most of the researcher. We just change the context. Suppose you want to do on a research on a say arsenic contamination in the groundwater of Nadia district, but there are huge number of published article, but not in Nadia district, in 24 Pargana district, in another state of India, another country. So you just change the context, that is India, or you can change the context by putting some population, different geographic area, different time period. Then you can do on that topic, that is called contextual gap. And last gap is methodological gap. Suppose there are huge number of publication on your topic, but all of the published literature they uses a quantitative method, but now you can do the research using the qualitative method, or they used a different ABCD method, you can use DEF method and so on. So in this way you first collect the literature, then go through the literature and find the gap in literature, so that you can identify the research gap for your research. Okay. Then you can do accordingly and I have some, slides are there, but people have already told me that we are getting late. Therefore, I am stopping here. Okay, so yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. It's a elaborate
Okay.
discussion on the topic. So, yeah. So, sir, if there is any question or doubt, so we can take one or two questions. Anyone? No, sir, there is no question or doubt. So,
Okay. Thank you.
so I think we can call it. This session is end now. Okay. So, thank you, sir. So we can finish here this session.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
See you, sir.
Okay. I am leaving.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
যে সমস্ত ছাত্রদের মানে পিজি থার্ড সেম এবং ইউজি ফিফথ সেম মানে মেনলি কেমিস্ট্রি বোধ হয়, মানে যারা ইনভাইটেড নট রেজিস্টার্ড, তারা ওই পেছনের গেট দিয়ে বেরোবে। প্রথমে পেছনের গেট দিয়ে বেরিয়ে ও পাশের সিঁড়ি দিয়ে নিচে চলে যাবে। ঠিক আছে, বোঝাতে পারলাম? রিতম ওদেরকে দিয়ে ওই পেছনের সিঁড়ি দিয়ে নামিয়ে দেবে যারা নন রেজিস্টার্ড। আর যারা রেজিস্টার্ড ক্যান্ডিডেটস, পার্টিসিপেন্টস, স্টুডেন্টস, এক্সটার্নাল টিচার্স এটসেট্রা, যাদের কাছে লাঞ্চ কুপন এবং কিট রয়েছে, ওই ভেতরেই লাঞ্চ কুপন আছে, আপনারা এই গেট দিয়ে বেরিয়ে জাস্ট ওপরে, জাস্ট এই বিল্ডিংয়ের ওপরে সিঁড়ি দিয়ে প্লিজ একটু উঠে যাবেন। আস্তে আস্তে, ধীরে ধীরে, হুটোপাটা করার কিছু নেই। আপনারা এটা দিয়ে বেরোবেন। আর পরের সেশনটা 2:30 আমরা শুরু করব।
We are going to start our third technical session today. The theme is biology. So before we start this session, I request all our beloved students to keep silence in the hall, please. Now, I invite the speaker, Dr. Jhumur Ghosh, to come on the stage, please, ma'am. Take your seat. Now I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to introduce ma'am. Oh, yeah, before that, please felicitate our speaker. Volunteers, please help. Now, please introduce our speaker.
Good afternoon to all. Dr. Jhumur Ghosh is currently holding the position of professor at Department of Biological Sciences, Bose Institute, Kolkata. She, being a master's in physics, did her PhD in bioinformatics from Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science, Kolkata. She has been a postdoctoral research fellow at Stanford School of Medicine, United States. Ghosh lab works in the area of stem cells and regulatory RNA to develop a possible therapeutic approach for combating cancer and other neurodegenerative diseases. Recipient of NASI Scopus Young Scientist Award, Women in Science category, and ACRB Women Excellence Award. She has authored book on bioinformatics published by Oxford and edited a book on regulatory RNA published by Springer Verlag. So I request ma'am to deliver his lecture.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and I am really privileged and thankful to the organizers to invite me today here at this very precious occasion, and I'm really feeling very privileged to be here among the students, especially undergrad and postgrad. It is really a fortunate day for me because the topic which I'm going to talk today is what I feel is a bit undernourished subject all throughout India. So I would like all the students to be very attentive, and I hope that it will be really interesting for all of you. So my talk will be for all of you, and this book is for all of you also. So to start with, I will just tell you a brief motivating story of my own life. As you have heard that I am from physics background, pure physics background. Just after completing my master's, I thought of dwelling into this new subject, bioinformatics, which was very at a very nascent state at that time in the year 2001, 2002. So there was a post-MSc course at Rajabhaja Science College conducted by Biophysics Department, and I thought of trying my luck out there. So there was a fellowship also. So I gave an entrance exam and got admitted there and started on my career in biology, computational biology. But you know, as I left biology after high secondary, it was really Hebrew for me at that time to be in the class. All of them were biochemistry, biophysics students, but I was from physics only. So you know, it took time for me to adjust. But gradually I found that when life comes, you have nothing to say really. And I found the greatest interest of my career in biology. Although the approach is very different from the traditional biology, but this can do great. So that is what I would like to tell you. It's a story basically. So I know post-lunch sessions are really, you know, very tough, so that nobody sleeps at the end. So I would like all of you to be very attentive and listen to what I'm trying to say. So when I started on this journey, you know, I felt that there was a deep lagging thing regarding the book, because it was a new subject and it was also an interdisciplinary subject. And that is why, you know, specific book, textbook, which is really going to cater the need of the students who are trying to study or come into bioinformatics was really very limited. And I felt the need. So what I did was I actually kept all the notes and the class notes and the lectures which my teachers gave. And then when I was doing my PhD, I thought of that whether we can do this thing, I mean, come up with a textbook on bioinformatics and address the problems which we faced when we were studying bioinformatics. So this book actually is co-authored by another of my colleague, PhD colleague, Vivekanand Malik. So we both took some time during our PhD career to craft these books all together. So now coming on to the exact topic of today's story, that is bioinformatics. So I will start on with the very basic theme, that is the central dogma of biology. We all know about it. So first, you know, the story of, sorry. Okay. So the story of life begins with DNA. So we know that DNA is a double-stranded molecule where entire information is being coded. So here is the double-stranded molecule, and then, you know, by the process of transcription, what we get is the messenger RNA. So we know that the entire set of the genes don't get transcribed or don't get expressed at a single time point. It is depending on the requirement of the system by which a particular set of genes gets expressed at a particular instant of time. So after transcription, what happens is translation, by which proteins come up. Is there any problem there? Why is this coming out? Because the full screen won't be visible. Shall I just switch it off and switch on once again? Okay, so let it be fixed up, let me continue. So as I told you that with DNA begins the story of life, and then after transcription we get the messenger RNA which actually codes for protein, and then those messenger RNAs, they gets translated and we get the proteins. So apart from these, there is another set of molecules which my previous speaker, I mean one of my previous speakers were talking about, that is non-coding RNA. So if you look at the entire human genome, very surprisingly, can you imagine only 2% codes for protein? We have been only thinking about protein. We don't think what else is there in the genome. But if you carefully take a look at it, only 2% codes for a protein. What does the rest portion does? So that was regarded to be junk matter at that time, or dark matter of the DNA. But gradually people came to know really this entire 98% is more interesting to look into. So we found that lots of regulatory molecules are being encoded by the rest portion of the DNA. And among them, one part is these non-coding RNAs. Because nature is not that redundant, nature will not do something which is not needed at all. So gradually came up the concept of this non-coding RNA, and what does this non-coding RNA do? It, you have learned about rheostats in your lab. That's the variable resistance. So it acts actually as rheostats. What it does is regulate the expression of the genes, maybe at the mRNA level or maybe at the protein level. So they also is a part of the genome which sometimes gets transcribed, but they don't translate into protein. So what we have got till now, we have got these two parts, that is gene, then comes the mRNA as well as the non-coding RNA, and then comes the protein. So now if you want to take a look into the cell, you can see there is a huge set of information. Right away from the DNA, we have learnt about Human Genome Project. So the entire genome, you see just 4 letters, A, G, C and T. But these 4 letters can make so much. By different combinations of these letters, you will find set of genes coming up. So within the entire human genome, you will find the whole set of AGCT there. Then comes the mRNA. So you can see that each gene has different mRNAs. So now you can easily see that within a cell there are so many hundreds and thousands of genes which are being expressed. So such a huge set of information is coming. So there is information at the DNA level, there is information at the gene level, RNA level, and then comes the information about the protein level. So what happened, gradually when we started to learn about all these things, it was really very hard to see all these things manually. Why? Because nowadays we know that we don't look at a single gene, we don't look at a single protein. We are more interested to look at the entire repertoire of the genes within a cell which are getting expressed at a particular instant of time. Maybe a disease system, maybe a normal system. So that theory is gone, that single gene, single protein, no. We want to look at the entire story. So when you want to look at the entire story, it's a huge information. So now manual inspection is really tough. So what has happened is, so you can see here at one side there is the data center. Here is the data center. And here what I have tried to depict is that gradually as the technologies are coming up, we are learning about sequencing technology. So sequencing technology means we are trying to sequence the RNAs which are actually getting expressed at a particular instant of time within the cell. So that's a huge information. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to get so much information about a particular system, and that needs to be stored, and that is why this data center is needed. So the whole concept has changed right now. There is a revolutionary change in our thinking. No single gene, no single protein. It's all working together. So we need to look at them together at a particular instant of time. So now I will tell you another one thing. Now when you would like to define bioinformatics, this particular term, in a single sense, what we try to explain to the students is that, suppose there is a big forest. You don't know, there is a treasure inside the forest, but you don't know where the treasure is. So will you start digging every place within the forest? No. So what you will do, there is a helicopter which is actually scanning the forest from the top and trying to see where there is the treasure. And exactly the point where the treasure is hidden, at that place the helicopter is going to come down. So bioinformatics is that sort of a tool. Just in my previous slide, what I told you is that there is a huge data. Within the data, there is a pattern. That hidden pattern will be dug out by the bioinformatics people. Definitely there will be certain tools, certain methodologies by which you are going to find it out. And finally, you are going to come up with the specific set of gene or a specific set of protein which is really making a problem, or which is really the mastermind behind a particular working of a particular system. And then the wet lab person is going to validate that. So here you can see there is a handshaking mechanism between the dry lab and the wet lab. The wet lab designs the experiment, provides the material, do the sequencing or whatever stuff they want to do, generate the data. But what will they do with the data? That data has to be looked carefully. What pattern is there within the data? So that is what is the work of a bioinformatics. So they will actually trim down the data and bring up with the actual set of information which is important. And then that will be given again to the wet lab people. So they will actually, the search space, huge search space is reduced. So now there will be a smile on the face of the wet lab people. They will go, because resource is very limited, and wet lab runs on you need a huge amount of money to run a wet lab. So basically it's a sigh of relief to the wet lab people. So there is a handshaking mechanism between the dry and the wet lab. So that is the work of the bioinformatics people. So very surprisingly, what you will find is who are actually contributing in this stream. It is not the exactly hardcore biologists, but it is people like me, coming from the background of physics, coming from the background of computer science. They do great. I do have a lot of, 2 to 3 students, they have done PhD in my lab with computer science background. So they did great, and they felt so interested to work with life. So that is the beauty of this subject. And there is also need of statistics very much in this work. So basically you are going to bridge the gap. So here you can see bioinformatics bridges the gap. So there is ecology, evolution, behavior, so many things. But actually what is bioinformatics doing is actually bridging the gap. And here you see you have a complete understanding of the system. There are so many fields, environment, there are lots of biomolecules, DNA, RNA, signaling networks, lots of things. And among these you are going to find a synergy and finally understand a particular system. So now coming to some of the technical terms, that is what is bioinformatics. As I have told you that it is basically one of the application of information technology. So here you are basically dealing with modeling. We come across the term mathematical modeling of a particular system. Then there is analysis, collection, data integration, as well as information retrieval. So basically, as I have mentioned, that data will be produced by the biologists. They will be stored in certain places which we call databases. And then there will be certain algorithms, bioalgorithms and tools which will be analyzing this data, and finally new information will come up. So here you can easily see that why we need bioinformatics, that I have already mentioned. So in one word, what we can say, that other biological techniques, they raise more questions than they answer, but bioinformatics is what answers the questions to those techniques, what those techniques generate. As I have mentioned that you have a huge data in your hand, you don't know what to do, you are sitting with the data. But if you have a bioinformatics expertise, from that data you are going to recognize the pattern and come up with it. Very surprisingly, when I start any problem in my lab, maybe with neurodegenerative disease or cancer, whichever field we are working, what I tell my students is, there are lots of information around. First search those information. You have the expertise by which you can mine those information. Suppose you design an experiment, start on doing with it. Lots of money, lots of resources are needed. So let's see what is there. It is not only literature mining what we do, but as I have mentioned, that I will show you that there are lots of online databases which are very authentic, and they have a crosstalk among each other so that they update regularly. So what we get is, you get gene expression information, protein expression information about different systems which are already there in the databases. So before you generate the data for yourself, just go and take a look what is there. Let us see if we can get some data which is very close to our system, and then study that first, and then you can design your own experiment. So that will also, trim down your time, your resource, and will create more interest, because you may have one single question in your mind, but when you look into the whole data, an overview of that large data, you will find more interest. Who knows that you will come up with some more questions. That is what we do in our lab. So the first year PhD students, the main work is data mining. Go and mine out what is there online. Come up with interesting questions and see where you can work on. And then we will start working together. So that is what I give as a homework to my students when they are in the first year of their PhD. Okay. So as I have mentioned about this Human Genome Project, what it is exactly. So you see here what it does. It aims to identify sequence of bases on all 23 human chromosomes. We know that there are 23 human chromosomes. So it gives you the 3 billion bases. Bases means all these A, G, C and T at a particular sequence. And now see, you have a textbook with AGCT continuously, maybe in different sequences. Now you need to identify that among these entire set, I mean within the textbook of AGCT, which portion is actually coding for a protein. That must have a particular pattern. Now all of you who are from biology, you must know that there is a codon which is needed for, I mean the translational, I mean ORF. So basically there is a pattern. There will be a start codon, there will be a stop codon, and in between there will be certain codons which codes for a particular amino acid. So what it is, now within this textbook, you have to annotate that which region to which region actually codes for a protein, and that to which protein. So that is again the work of the bioinformatics people. So with the help of tools, you have the entire book written in terms of A, G, C and T. Now you come up with the regions which are actually giving you these genes, the sequence, gene sequences. So you locate the position of the genes on the chromosomes, and I will mention you here, although it's not in the slide, you will also find out which are non-coding regions within these, because as I've told you that only 2% you can annotate as protein coding, maximum of 2%, but rest is non-coding. So within that non-coding, if you have heard about transfer RNA genes, that is a housekeeping non-coding RNA gene. That is basically needed for protein synthesis. So that is also there, that is non-coding. Again, you have heard just in the morning about microRNA, that is also there, which are actually very small snippets, very small RNAs. They basically blocks or they basically reduces or increases the expression of protein coding genes. And very amazingly, there are long non-coding RNAs whose length is comparable with messenger RNA, very surprisingly. We never knew about this. Very recently we have come to know about this. And there is, we are looking into the human genome from a different perspective altogether. So these are versatile non-coding RNAs. And some of them also codes for protein at certain time points, you know, depending on the frame and all that. But it's very interesting. So within the human genome, within this entire human genome sequence, we need to annotate all these regions. So HGP, that is Human Genome Project, it began in 1999. As I told you that only 2% codes for protein. Remainder is regulatory of, lots of them have unknown functions also still now. Those are coming up gradually. So first of all, as I told you, so role of bioinformatics, if I just point-wise demarcate, the first is sequence analysis. That's the very basic stuff. So as I told you, within the Human Genome Project, you have got the sequence. We will start analyzing the sequence first. Next is molecular modeling. This is another aspect. Molecular modeling is what? This is, suppose you have got the sequence of a protein sequence, but you don't know the structure, because it's again very expensive and also very time consuming to generate the 3D structure of a protein. You will take a long time to do that. So by bioinformatics, what you do is, suppose you have got the sequence, protein sequence of an unknown protein. So the first thing what we do is, we go for a similarity search. This is another interesting thing, sequence similarity. So what you will do is, let's see who is closest to this sequence. Now with that as the template, what we do is, we do homology modeling. So we will try to model the secondary structure of the protein. And we know that when we want to dictate the function of a protein, its secondary and tertiary structure is very important. So at least if we can get the secondary structure of the protein based on the template, that's great. So we do homology modeling. That is what we do. That is what is called this molecular modeling. Next is phylogeny or evolution. So this is another important aspect where again the sequence alignment plays a very big role. Because suppose you have a sequence, you don't know where your ancestors came from. So when you start aligning those sequences, you will get the track record from where we have come. Which of the genes have evolved in what rate? So that is another interesting area of bioinformatics. There is also ecology and population study, and very important right now, it is medical informatics. I hope, how many of you have heard about this term personalized medicine or personalized therapy? Can you put your hands up? Okay, so you see that is at the corner of us. I mean, we are now trying to move towards that. If you go to Shurakha, you will see that they have come up with this cancer genomic, something like that sort of a thing. So what we are trying to do is, although this human genome project, we think that the human genome is similar, but at certain places, each of these human beings, we are very different. That is, the epigenome of us is very different. We all are very different. So that is why, suppose a particular disease has affected one of the individuals, the medicine which you are going to apply to that individual, that may not be applicable to that every individual, because we are different. So what we need to do, we need to have profiling of each of these individuals to see which medicine is going to have which effect on each of them, and accordingly we are going to deliver the medicine. So that is what is called personalized therapy or personalized medicine. So we need to know each of the patient individually. And now again I will come to the data point. How much data will be stored? Can you imagine? Each of us are different. When we go for a treatment, each of us will be having different profiles. Maybe genomic profile, maybe transcriptomic profile, maybe proteomic profile, metabolomic profile, so many profiles of us. So there is a big challenge in bioinformatics, that how you store the data, how you retrieve the data. That is a very, very important point. So I hope I have been able to give you a glimpse of what is personalized therapy or personalized medicine. That is so very interesting nowadays. So three major aspects of bioinformatics are there. The first point is repository or databases. That is what I told you, because if you don't have a proper framework where you are storing the data, no people will have access to it. So it is very important that whichever data you generate in your lab or any other labs anywhere in the world, it's very, very important that you deposit it publicly so that all of us can use it. All of us can use it with a different perspective, with a different question altogether. So this is very important. I was just discussing with him during the lunchtime that this dissemination of information is very lacking in India, at least, because we right now in our lab are trying to work with Indian patient data, but that data is very rare, very rare. Although DBT is trying to have a portal where we will be depositing all the data of Indian patients, but still access is too limited. Next is development of tools. You have huge data, but to understand or to know the patterns within the data, you need to have different tools. And third one is to analyze it with the help of tools. So these are the three major backbones of bioinformatics. So this is what I have already discussed with you. So these are a few glimpses of the databases which we regularly use. You can see here the first one is NCBI, which is being hosted by USA. So this is one of the databases. This is one of the databases which is very widely used all over the world. Here you are going to get all the information about these genes, proteins, even lots of gene expression data of different systems. So, and even lots of tools are there embedded within these databases. Next is, this is the EMBL database. This is being maintained by the European people. And this is the protein data bank, where you are going to get the information about the protein crystallographic structures, lots of other different information about the protein. The 3D structure of the protein information is there in this PDB. And here, this one I have kept it because I thought that about microRNA, all of you must be knowing. So Mirbase is one of the very important databases where you will get the authentic information about microRNAs. So you see here how the data has, what are the different data sets, bioinformatic data sets which have grown from 1970 to 2011. So these are what I have already discussed, that is genome information, gene expression, protein structure, genome mapping, etc. So you see, initially, as I have told you, that this is the brief history about the databases. So it began in 1951, And then it gradually, developed with in 1972 with the Atlas of Protein Sequence and Structure coming up by Day of. In 1977, first DNA sequencing started. Then there came this in 1980s, the community databases. Then 87 to 92, there were the genome sequencing projects. There was expressed sequence tags and patents in 1992. And then there was complete genome coming up out of C. elegans in 1998. And then in 2001, there was the human genome. So presently, as we know that automated sequencer, lots of automated sequencing procedures are coming up. As I was telling you that high throughput data are coming up. And it is generating huge data, but expertise is limited. Manpower generation is very important, who can analyze those patterns. So you see, this shows the growth of the databases and diverse resources. You can easily see that, this blue portion, which is showing 270. So this is the maximum portion. That is basically the genome database, genomics databases, which has come up very, in more diverse way. So, okay. So the first protein sequence which was reported was that of bovine insulin in 1956, which consisted of 51 residues. See, in the year 1956, the first protein sequence was reported. So these were very discrete events which came up at that time. Next is nearly a decade later, the first nucleic acid sequence was reported of the East tRNA alanine with 77 bases. Again, as I told you that in 1965, they have gathered all the available sequence data to create the first bioinformatic database. So the concept of this biological database came in the year 1965. So that was the Atlas of Protein Sequence and Structure. So gradually you can see this has been the growth of the gene bank. So in brief, or to summarize, what are the information which is there? We get the nucleotide records. Again, the set of the nucleotides, protein sequences, 3D structures of the proteins, expression data sets, gene expression data sets, human unigene clusters, maps and complete genomes, then information about different organisms, information about the SNPs, DB SNPs, human locus link records, finished human sequences, PubMed records. So PubMed record is basically literature information. That means where you can get the papers, published paper information, and the OMIM records. So this is what I wanted to show you, is that there is an exponential growth of the different information, that is the nucleotide sequence information, protein structures, etc. And as I have told you that efficient storage and management tools are very important. So this is what I discussed just a few minutes back, that when you are getting the entire genome sequence, the first thing you need to do is to annotate. That means you need to annotate the open reading frames. After that, you need to come up with the functional sites. Then we will come up with the structure and the corresponding function. So in my book, you will find that there is a portion. So the first part is devoted towards what is bioinformatics, what are the different fields of bioinformatics, and then we have discussed about the different data types and related file formats. So why do we do it? Because you see, when you are dealing with 3D structure of a protein, the file format is something else. When you are dealing with gene expression data, there are different platforms in which the gene expression data is generated. Based on those platforms, the different types of data files are generated. Suppose you are having a sequencing data, so that will have a FASTQ format. If you have a microarray data, you will be having cell files or any other text files. So based on this, you need to know what are the different file formats which is important. So this is one of the chapters in the book which is devoted towards making you habituated with the different file formats which you will be dealing while working with bioinformatics. At least you can understand up till now that it is not a theoretical subject altogether. It is very practical. Whatever I tell you, it looks good, but until and unless you sit in front of the computer and take a look at these databases, you will not find that much interest. So I will hope that after today you will go back, you will look into this as at least NCBI, EMBL databases to see what ma'am has discussed with you. So after this, all these things are there, these file formats and etc. So now the questions will be coming into your mind. What are the questions? What genes are connected to a disease? What proteins are encoded by them? Under what conditions are they expressed? What are the pathways in which they participate? What are their which are the targets for new therapeutics? What will happen if we introduce a virus into a certain environment, etc., etc. So these are the questions which will come. So now, in order to address these questions, as I told you, that we need to have the algorithms, different statistical tools, and we also need to efficiently know how to access and manage these different types of information. And lastly, you need to apply these methods and tools to real life problems. So now I will give you a very brief idea about these 4 and related areas. You have heard about these things, so let's see what they do. We have heard about genomics, we have heard about proteomics. So whenever we are trying to address those questions, which I just show you in my previous slide, you need to enter into these, the genomics data, proteomics data, metabolomics data, and overall we are going to know what is systems biology. So genomics is when we are describing a living organism in terms of sequence of its genome. So that is what we call genomics. Although, you know, my book is a bit old right now, it is from 2008. We are trying to cover up specific areas of this RNA-seq data, microarray data. So that actually, the term transcriptomics will be better to describe it, because what is transcribed within the cell, you want to know about that. So genomics is just prior to that. So here basically it is going to describe the living organisms in terms of sequence of its genome. So what we do by genomics, we are analyzing and comparing the entire genome of single species or multiple species. So next is, what is the next? Next is this comparative genomics, functional genomics and structural genomics. Functional genomics means you are going to deal with the functions which are actually getting perturbed within a disease system or whatever it is. So that information is going to come up with this sort of analysis. Next is structural genomics. Structural genomics means, suppose there is a mutation within a particular part. So that is actually hampering a particular functionality of that particular protein or particular gene region. So those will be dealing with this structural genomics part. So comparative genomics means where you are going to compare the ORFs, identify the orthologs. We are going to infer on the structure and function. So as I have told you that when you know information about a particular species and another is unknown, so there we can do this type of comparative genomics by which we can work out these problems. So we are going to compare the functional sites and then we can infer on the regulatory networks. Next is the functional genomics. So here basically we are going to do the genome-wide profiling of the mRNA levels, protein levels, and we will see that whether there is co-expression of genes or proteins. And next is we are going to identify the protein-protein interactions and the network of interactions. So very beginning I have told that a single protein, single gene, we are not interested in it. Whenever there is a disease or a normal system, there are co-workers who are working together. So our aim will be to identify all of them, and we need to find out who is the manager there or the leader there. So we have heard about transcription factors. So we know that it works up and it actually helps in the transcription of different genes. So we are going to find out those sorts of regulators. So that will lead towards the regulatory network. So that we can find out by this process. And by structural genomics, we are going to assign structure to all the proteins which are encoded in a genome. So proteomics means when we are going to study the entire proteome. So that is the complement of the genome. So here, as we know that we are going to understand the protein content which is actually coming up from within the cell. We have heard about this mass spectrometry or mass spec. So there you are going to find out the proteins which are expressed at a particular time point within the cell. So even if you know that the mRNA is getting expressed, you may not be sure that that mRNA is going to be expressed at the protein level at that state. Maybe the protein expression might be hampered. So until and unless you look into the protein expression, you cannot be sure that the gene which is expressed at a higher level is actually coding that protein or actually leading towards protein expression corresponding to it. So that is why this is the whole pathway, although it's very expensive, even if you have the sequencing and all this mass spec and everything, but it's very, very expensive till now in India. Okay, so here is one of the things, I hope all of you know that Alzheimer's disease, you know about it, right? It's an elderly disease. Elderly means it happens to aged people mostly, and it is mainly due to a protein misfolding which happens. So there also you see, I mean, you need to know the protein expression and also what is happening within the brain, the hippocampus, the cortex, exactly what type of, normally what we do right now is we do brain scanning. And from where, by the image data, from the image data we try to see which type of, I mean, whether that protein is getting aggregated or not, how far it has, the disease has progressed or not. Okay, so here now comes the metabolomics and the systems biology. So obviously after these steps gradually, we will come after the protein, there is the metabolic and the regulatory pathways, and then it is going to lead towards the toxicological and pharmacological parameters. So we have heard about systems biology. So now when you know all these aspects of a particular system, you will have a wholesome view of that particular system. So basically, when this is the basically the predictive stem of bioinformatics, which deals with the mathematical modeling, simulation and data analysis to generate models of biological systems or processes. So by this way, so when you have the whole background information, and then you can predict and also simulate this, simulate and do the data analysis by which you can generate different biological systems, models of different biological systems. So I will let you be familiar with some other terms which is very related to bioinformatics and sub-branches of bioinformatics, that is medical informatics. So medical informatics is basically concerned with by applying these computing methodologies to improve communication, understanding and management of medical data. As I have told you that, as I just gave you an example of Shurokha. So there are lots of medical data, not only genomic data, but there are pathological data. Suppose there is a blood test, there is pressure, related other information are there. So those information are also now very useful. Can you tell me why it is very useful? We have been learning, we have been listening to AI and other tools also, just the previous speaker in the last session. What we are trying to do, because when you have data in your hand, right now we have AI also in our hand. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to develop certain predictive tools. Now what do we do with it? Suppose in case of cancer, what we are working also in our lab, gastric cancer is something, which is very deadly. Until and unless you reach towards its last step, it is very hard to detect it medically also. So if any parameters, or if you have, suppose we know that there is diabetes. Diabetes is one of the prelude of gastric cancer. So sorry, pancreatic cancer. So basically, if you have information about a pancreatic cancer patient, all these information and also diabetes, if we can link these two and come up to with a prediction model which can really dictate that if you see these features within the patient, it might be a prelude which will lead towards pancreatic cancer. Similarly, in case of Alzheimer's, what we are trying in our lab is we are analyzing different sets of data of different time points, because we want to detect it as early as possible. So what are the early biomarkers of Alzheimer's disease? If we can find at least a handful of them also, we can design a prediction algorithm and we can tell people to come up for screening, early screening based on those biomarkers, so that we can tell them that yes, you are prone towards this. So start your medication early, although there is no primary medication for these sorts of neurodegeneration once it gets started. So very little things we don't take care of. In case of Alzheimer's also, when it starts at the very beginning. So this is the beauty. If you have all these data sets in your hand, you can use AI on the other hand and build a prediction model so that it can predict. If you give a new data set to it, it can predict whether you have that sort of features in it or not. So medical informatics, in medical informatics also, that's why this data is very, very important. Next is chem informatics. So here basically again we are applying these computational models which is useful for this drug design and development, because we know that if we go again, I mean, in silico process should be done prior to going for clinical trial and all that, because that is also very costly. Pharmacogenomics, this is another very important aspect, because here you are mixing drug designing along with genomic data. As I told you that every one of us are very different. So which drug will be applicable for me, that may not be applicable for others. So this field is basically, we are searching the entire genomes for potential drug receptors, or by studying gene expression pattern in tumors or in other diseases. But that too, it can be done patient specifically. This is another thing, nutrigenomics. Although we don't take care of it, but nutrition is a very important factor playing a very key role behind many diseases. So here also, this is actually, you see, it attempts to study the genome-wide influences of nutrition and helps us to understand the mechanisms that underlie these genetic predispositions. Genetic predispositions, mind it. So this is very important, that somebody is having a habit of taking a particular type of food. They might be exposing themselves for a particular disease. So this is also another topic which is coming up. Then there is phenomics. Phenomics means, phenome is actually leading towards the phenotype. So here also it is defined as the acquisition of this high dimensional phenomic data on an organism wide scale. So these actually, you know, are going to dictate our medical world in near future. So now if you link up the entire chart, you can see all of these, the leading part is bioinformatics. From there stems up all these omics, ventures, genomics, transcriptomics, epigenomics, proteomics, interactomics, reactomics, metabolomics, phenomics. So all of them are again connected to what we were talking as central dogma, DNA, RNA, protein. So at different levels, they have their different functions. And after the proteins, there is the metabolite. And from there, you know, this entire chart links the whole story. So I will not go into this because I have already discussed here that what is the beauty of sequence alignment. But here I would just like to highlight one point. As I told you, that sequence analysis is the heart of everything. So suppose you have come up with the RNA sequence data, what we do at the very beginning. Quality testing and all those things are okay, we will do it. But when you are given with what is RNA sequencing, so you actually, you know, shear the RNA, there are pieces of RNA, and then you sequence them. So you have lots of sequences of small pieces of RNA. But you don't know from where they come from, until and unless you align them with the entire genome. So suppose there is, within a human body, there is a cell from where you have the RNA, you do the RNA sequencing, and now you want to know what exactly the information has. So what you will do is, the first step is alignment, sequence alignment. You will see that from where those pieces are coming from, and then you have to connect those bits and pieces and make a transcript out of it. And then you can say that, okay, is it highly expressed, or is it lowly expressed, or is it not at all that, it's a normal level. It's not playing an important role. So sequence alignment is a very, very important step which plays a big role in all places of bioinformatics. And as I have mentioned, that for homology modeling, or that is for protein sequence alignment. So if you want to don't know the function of it, so there also you can predict functions based on the sequence alignment. Okay, so here basically two terms are very important, that is pairwise alignment and multiple alignment. Pairwise means when you are aligning two sequences, and multiple alignment means when you are aligning a lots of sequences together. Obviously the motive will be different. When you are looking for pairwise alignment, the motive is different, and when you are looking for multiple alignment, the whole question is different. So here we use, for this alignment purpose, different matrices are used, PAM, BLOSSOM, so these are different matrices which are being used. I won't go into this detail because these are very technical details. And two important things are there which plays a very big role in developing the tools related to sequence alignment, that is global alignment and local alignment. Global alignment means when you are aligning the entire sequence together. And local alignment means you are aligning local portions, that is small portions. Suppose you have got a microRNA sequence, or you want to find out a very important motif within a particular sequence. So there you are going to do local alignment. There you cannot do global alignment. So it is the purpose of your work which will dictate which procedure you are going to use for your alignment. So as I mentioned that when you are doing local alignment, you are not going to give any gap in between. So it will be absolutely aligned because it's a small stretch of sequence. So in this way you are going to recognize a particular pattern which is present within the data. So these are some of the sequence alignment methods which are regularly used. Okay. So BLAST, I think a lot of people you must have heard, right? So this is one of the heuristic algorithms. So these are all the programs below. BLAST P, BLAST N. In the book you will find all the definitions of these are there. So depending on what type of sequence search you want to do, you have to apply these programs. And for multiple sequence alignment, normally we use PhyLip or different other programs are also there. So these are the different multi-aligned websites. You can use them if you want to do multiple sequence alignment. So now I will just come up to the last part of my talk, that is application. So these were first of all we learned about databases, then we learned about the tools, and now comes the applicative part. So I will give you a very brief idea, although while I was telling, I told you about them. So this is sequence alignment. So this is one of the very important part. Suppose you have come up with an organism. You don't know its sequence. So you have sequenced it. So now after doing sequencing, you can't do it in one go. You will be doing it part by part. So that has to be assembled. So that is what is called sequence assembly. So this is one of the applicative area of bioinformatics. This is the work of bioinformatician for doing sequence assembly. Next is genome annotation. This I have already mentioned that you have got a book of AGCT in all the pages written, but there you need to find out which region is coding for a protein, which region is coding for non-coding, etc. So this is one of the UCSC genome browser where these are actually dedicated for genome annotation. There are different people, bioinformatics people, who are developing tools for annotating the genome. This is another important aspect, that is molecular evolution. So all of the people who are working in the area of evolution, bioinformatics is a very important tool for them. And one of the important area was just a few years back, still now it's important, COVID. So we wanted to see that which came before it, there was lots of other strains also which came. So that is also one of the evolutionary aspect of bioinformatics work. So this is another part, that is analysis of gene expression. You can see here that these are two sets of patients. No relapse means the patients, there is no relapse of tumor, no relapse of cancer, but here there is relapsing cancer. So you see, when you see into the gene expression data, there is a difference. There is a cluster here. The cluster have very much distinguished between the relapsing cases and the non-relapsing cases. That means the gene expression information itself is bearing a pattern which is actually distinguishing between these two sets of patients. That means these sets of genes which are actually demarcating between these two sets of patients are important. You have to take care of these genes. These genes are going to give you the clue why the cancer is relapsing in a particular patient and it is not in the other set of patients. So this is another set of big work of bioinformatics. So this can be done using microarray, it can be done using RNA-seq, and now we are coming up with single cell data, single cell sequencing information. And again, this is analysis of regulation. So you can see here that there is P53, within P53 there is a DNA binding domain, and by the procedure of bioinformatics, you see, you can figure out what are the important sets of interaction it can encounter. So one of them is, you can see here that it is having an interaction with this MOR34, microRNA 34. So these are the different modes of interaction or different modes of regulation within this particular, this encountered by this P53. So all these sets of things can be done by bioinformatics. And next is this, all of you must be very familiar, that is docking. So docking experiments, that also can be done using bioinformatics. So to summarize, these are the whole sets of the research areas of bioinformatics: genome and sequence analysis, then from sequence to 3D structure prediction, prediction of gene functions, mathematical modeling of life processes, database building, tool development. There is clinical applications which will lead towards imaging and coming up with diagnostic markers, drug discovery, and nowadays very important is development of prediction models to dictate whether you can, we can dictate whether how far there will be survivability within a particular patient or not, whether this patient is prone towards a particular disease or not. So all these things can be done using AI, provided you have the specific cohort of data. That is very, very important. Data is very important. So bioinformatics in 1990 used to deal with understanding functions of individual genes and proteins. Bioinformatics now where we stand is understanding functions and utilization at molecular, cellular and organism level. And in future, you are going to understand basic principles of higher complexity of biological system. And I would like to say here one thing also, that we are looking at the different diseases separately, but if you really have that sort of data, it can be shown that certain diseases are connected. Suppose neurodegeneration, because we are working with the data, we know that diabetes has a big connection with it. As I told you, diabetes also has a big connection with pancreatic cancer. So these things has to be taken care of when you are looking at the patient or when you are diagnosing a patient. And that is why the therapy will be different. All patients who are having diabetes may not have Alzheimer's, and some patient will be having that. So depending on this predisposition to a particular disease, the patient will be tuned towards a particular type of disease. This is very important. So just to brief up what is our lab focus for which we are working with, as when he introduced me, he told me, Dr. Robi. So we are working with regulatory non-coding RNA. As I told you, that portion is a very big portion within the genome. It interested us, and we are very much interested towards looking into the regulatory non-coding RNA and disease biology. So here, by regulatory non-coding RNA, we work with microRNA, long non-coding RNA, and there is another non-coding RNA, that is piRNA or PIWIL interacting RNA, which is very much similar in lengthwise like microRNA, but its function is a bit different. And we work with mainly with cancer, neurodegeneration and infertility. And in our lab, just I will give you a very brief overview. These are the databases which we have developed related to these non-coding RNAs. And these are some of the tools which we have developed. As we are working with long non-coding RNA, we need to know its function. And all functions cannot be known experimentally. So we have developed certain tools to understand how it interacts with a protein, how it interacts with an RNA. So these are the two tools, LNC-PT-PRED, which has just just published. LNC-PT-PRED actually predicts the interaction of LNC-RNA with protein. And LNC-RT-PRED, it predicts the interaction of LNC-RNA with RNA. So it has got both two modes of interaction, RNA-RNA mode of interaction, RNA-protein mode of interaction. And this is one of the prediction algorithms which we developed, although it is not built on Indian patient data, but this is TB-AML-PRED. So, in case of an AML patient, what the preliminary diagnosis is to draw bone marrow samples, which is very painful. In my very previous career, we worked with AML, so we found that lots of kids, they are having this AML, and so it's very painful while drawing bone marrow samples from them. So we started on saying that whether we can do the same thing using peripheral blood, that is less painful. So with that ambition, we started to look into the peripheral blood gene expression profile as well as bone marrow gene expression profile. And we developed this prediction model which can do a preliminary AML prediction using peripheral blood samples. So this is one of the tools which we developed in our lab. So I think with this, I would like to stop here, and maybe if you have any more questions, we can take it up. Thank you. You have to be a bit louder. Yes, I can see you, yeah.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Ma'am, nowadays certain types of cancers are occurring named like melanoma, which initiated from skin diseases. So, how biochromatics technology are handling those types of cancers means for treatment?
So you see, for bioinformatics, as I've told you, data is very important. So the first thing is that whichever cancer you want to find a solution or whatever it is, so you need to have the corresponding data. If there is definitely melanoma, I mean the gene expression data corresponding to those. So that can be used to see what type of genes are really getting perturbed in these sorts of cancers. So you will have a control system. Control means where there is normal and there will be the disease system. So by comparing the gene expression between these two systems, you can figure out the set of genes which are really problematic, and then you can figure out how to treat the patient.
Ma'am, another question is, can the technology explain about evolutionary processes?
Definitely. That is what I said.
Means
That is what I said. And that too, you have to start with sequence. Definitely, you should be having the sequence information. So from that, you have to build the entire thing. There will be a tree which will tell you that exactly from where evolution has come up. I mean, it has evolved.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So can bioinformatics help us to predict the onset of any disease, like if in last 20 years a certain disease is being very like non-expressive or is rarely seen in the population, but after few years, like in the last 5 years, the onset is being rapidly increasing. So can informatics helps us to study those type of random?
Yes, there are certain studies, with COVID itself, since that COVID strain has gone away right now. But people are trying to build prediction models to see whether, because the problem with these is that they mutate regularly. These viruses, they are RNA viruses, so they mutate regularly. So to see that, first of all, which region or which protein actually is getting mutated fast. So it is the spike protein which mutated very fast. So, depending on the mutation rate, this can be predicted, but you need a huge sample of data. But people are coming up, or people are studying these things, that whether you can tell that whether any sort of, again, epidemic can come up in the coming few years, or how far it will be evolving, what will be the evolving pattern, mutation pattern of these viruses. So if you can predict that, you can have a vaccine ready at least. Although RNA virus don't have ideally a vaccine, but at least to combat for the time being, you can have a vaccine, prepared far ahead before.
If there are any autoimmune disorder regarding a single gene or a single set of a cluster of gene sets, so in recent days, if these genes are getting expressed more in the new population or something like that, so can that type of data
That you have to, that the population has to be screened for that.
Okay.
You have to know that what trend is coming up.
Okay.
That is why, these things will come up gradually based on the trend. Suppose a particular disease is getting prevalent in a particular region, so maybe all of us have to be sequenced and see what sort of SNPs are present. So in that way, this can be done. Did you find this subject interesting? That is my question.
Yes.
Only yes from one person, no, nobody else at the back? So hopefully in future, as I have told you, that it's a very undernourished subject, but I have found it, because when it is being taught at the university level or somewhere, only what I find when students come up, what have you learnt in bioinformatics? It's BLAST. I say, why do you do BLAST? So, hopefully, when you, at least my book will answer your questions. It's not needed, you can read it as textbook. That will help you, I guess.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So first, my question is, you were discussing about LNC RNAs, so and various non-coding RNAs. So how to find out? Means I have sequenced gene, but I want to find out that if there is LNC RNA in it or any non-coding RNA in it. So how can we
So
find out?
what is your system? I mean, what type of cell you are looking into it?
Any eukaryotic cells, I mean.
Any eukaryotic cells. So when you have sequenced, so what type of sequence? Is it RNA sequencing what you have done?
No, ma'am. Let's say I'm just saying it hypothetically.
So if you have done RNA sequencing, from there you can have two things, LNC RNA also. How will you do that? First of all, when you do sequencing, as I told you, that you have to align the sequencing information with the entire genome. So when you align, what do you do? Exactly, you know that these region codes for a protein. So those region will be screened out for protein. The rest portion which will remain unaligned with the protein region, those regions now have to be checked whether those region actually falls within LNC RNA or not. So LNC RNA annotation files are also there. So you have to align your sequence based on those annotations. Then you will be able to find whether in your data LNC RNA sequence is also there or not. That we do regularly. If you have a RNA-seq data, you can do both. From the single information, I mean single data set, you can get both.
Okay, ma'am. And also in various LNC RNA or any RNA sequences, or non-coding RNA sequences, many ORFs are also found in there. So
that is why what we do is we check the coding potential of them, how far they can code or not. Based on that, we will predict whether it can actually be non-coding or it can be coding. So in that way, the actual annotation file is created. Those which are confirmed that they cannot code, they will be regarded fully as LNC RNA. As I told you that sometimes some LNC RNAs can code for protein. So there they might be having ORF.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other question?
ম্যাম আমি বাংলাতেই
বলো।
বলছি এই যে আমাদের যে মাল্টিওমিক্স যে অ্যাপ্রোচটা মানে বায়োইনফরমেটিক্সে আমি দেখছি, তা এখানে ধরুন আমি কোনো ক্যান্সারের ক্ষেত্রে কোনো টার্গেটেড থেরাপি ইউজ করছি একটা কোনো পার্টিকুলার টিউমারের ওপর, সেটাকে কতটা কাজ করবে সেই পার্টিকুলার টার্গেটেড থেরাপিটা, সেটা আমি কি বায়োইনফরমেটিক্স অ্যাপ্রোচ দিয়ে আমি প্রেডিক্ট করতে পারি? যেমন আমি
ওটাই যেটা আমি বললাম, ধরো টিউমারের মানে টিউমার দেখছো বলতে যেটা বলছি যে ওই পেশেন্টটার একটা প্রোফাইলিং তোমাকে করতে হবে, ডিফারেন্ট টাইপস অফ প্রোফাইলিং। সেইটা দেখে দেখতে হবে যে ওই থেরাপিটা তোমার ওই পেশেন্টকে কতটা ম্যাচ করবে, সেইটা বায়োইনফরমেটিক্যালি তুমি ট্রাই করবে। তার কারণ ট্রিটমেন্টটা দেওয়ার আগেই তোমাকে দেখে নিতে হবে যে এর প্রোফাইল এই প্রোফাইলগুলো এইরকম, এই প্রোফাইলের সঙ্গে কোন কোন ড্রাগসগুলো ম্যাপ করা যাবে বা ঠিকঠাক এফেক্টিভ হবে। ওই জন্য আমি বলছিলাম যেটা একটা হচ্ছে ফার্মাকোজেনোমিক্স, আরও এরকম অনেক কিছু আসছে যে জেনোমিক্স বা তোমার ট্রান্সক্রিপ্টোমিক ইনফরমেশনের ওপর বেস করে তুমি কিন্তু পেশেন্টটাকে মেডিসিনটা দেবে, এবং এটা আরও ইনডেপথ আসবে, মানে এর ভেতরে এবার এআই ইন্টিগ্রেটেড হবে। এআই তোমাকে বলে দেবে যে হ্যাঁ এই পেশেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে তুমি এই ধরনের মেডিকেশন দাও, এর ক্ষেত্রে এরকম। সেখানে তোমার ইনপুট কী দিতে হবে, পেশেন্টের পার্সোনালাইজড ইনফরমেশনটা ইনপুট হিসেবে দিতে হবে। ড্রাগের লিস্ট তোমার কাছে আছে ওই ডিজিজের, এবার কোন ড্রাগ ওই পার্টিকুলার মানে প্রোফাইলের সঙ্গে ম্যাপ হবে সেই অনুযায়ী সে ডিক্টেট বলে দেবে তোমাকে এই ড্রাগসগুলো তুমি অ্যাপ্লাই করতে পারো। এইটাই আসতে চলেছে, বুঝতে পেরেছো?
ঠিক আছে।
Okay, we call it a session now. Okay, we are not taking any more question. We have to move in that last session. So thank you, ma'am. It was a very brainstorming talk. So thank you for it.
Thank you very much.
Please keep silence, please. So now we are going to start our fourth technical session, which is the last session for today. The theme is cognitive science. So for that, we have Dr. Kaushik Mojumdar sir with us. Now I like to invite Dr. Ravi Kumar De for felicitating sir. To felicitate. Before sir going to start, so I like to ask Dr. Ravi Kumar De introduce our speaker to the audience.
Very good afternoon. Dr. Kaushik Mojumdar did his bachelor's and master's in mathematics, followed by a master's and PhD in computer science. He worked in USA and France before joining Indian Statistical Institute at its Bangalore Center, where he is currently a professor in computer science. His broad areas of interests are cognitive science and artificial intelligence. Most of his publications are in brain signal and information processing. He published a monograph entitled A Brief Survey of Quantitative EEG. He is fascinated about re-evaluating social sciences under the light of modern cognitive science, as it is the latter which makes sense of the former. His most recent multidisciplinary book, Ubiquitous Synchronization, The Dynamics of Evolution of Civilization, is the direction. So I request sir to start his lecture on his topic, the dynamics of evolution of civilization. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today, and particularly so because I myself am a student of Ramakrishna Mission, like most of you. So I studied in Shorisha Ramakrishna Mission, Shikha Mandir, which was of course my schooling. And not only that, my dad worked in that mission school all his life and retired. So I grew up basically in my in my entire adolescence and even early youth. I grew up in Ramakrishna Mission campus. So I mean, all this environment, the mission, campus, it's typical, the color of the building exterior, and saffron-clad Swamijis, we fondly call Maharaj. So all these resonate very beautifully with my childhood nostalgia. Then what I often say and think is that my education started and ended in Shorisha Ramakrishna Mission Shikha Mandir. I did go for higher education after that, but I believe that that was more of training than education. So what is education and what is training? So training is quite utilitarian. I mean, when you are taking a training, your focus is skill development, so that you can utilize the skill in the market to make a living. Okay, it is more utilitarian. Whereas education, the primary purpose of education is development of your intellect. What is intellect? It is made up of insight and foresight. I'm not going into the detail of what insight, foresight is. I mean, most of you are, I mean, at least can sense what do they mean. For example, when you are teaching a child, the color of leaves is green. Okay, so you are showing the leaf, and I mean, teaching the color of leaf is green. This is training. The education will start when the child will ask why the color of leaf is green. So the child is trying to develop his or her own insight, understanding of the reason behind that particular fact. So that is education. Okay. Now, from cognitive science point of view, it has huge implication. So what is cognitive science? Cognitive science basically is how our brain is working. Okay. To be more precise, it is a combination of perception plus action. Okay. So perception is what we sense of the universe through our 5 sense organs, that is vision, audition, somatosensation, touch, and then we'll have, you know, olfaction, smell, and then gustations, taste. So through these 5 senses, we sense the environment, take the input from environment, and those inputs are processed in our brain, and then makes a decision. That decision can be just mental decision. When we are proving a theorem, we are doing everything mentally. We may not be writing down the theorem right away. When we are writing down, we are writing down. So that action, that particular action we are taking, that can be mental action, that can be physical action, either of them or both. Okay. So if I will not go into technical detail of how the brain works for cognition. So that will be more technical, and frankly speaking, I don't know everything. I mean, I know very little of it, although I do research on it. But this is a very, I mean, rapidly evolving field. This is called, you can say, the last frontier of science and the hottest topic of 21st century. The question is, how does our brain work? Okay, this is a brain science or cognitive science, whatever. So this is the most challenging area of science, you can say, nowadays. And since the world, the whole thing, I mean, the whole world, be it science, be it vision, whatever you do, you are able to do only because of your brain. All other science, all other branches of knowledge, they make sense in the light of cognitive science. So how cognitive science is influencing you, that is very important to understand. So this I have tried to do in this book on some major topics, of course not on all. So one principal thing is, everything that we do rests on cognitive evolution and cognitive synchronization. So cognitive evolution is something novel you are thinking, something some intellectual breakthrough, some new idea. So that is cognitive revolution. Okay, and those cognitive revolutions, when they are spreading, they are unifying different individuals. For example, Newton is developing a Newtonian mechanics. Okay, so he had certain idea that, for example, when you, he got the data of Kepler that you know, the planets are circling around the, moving around the sun in elliptical path. So at each point, when the planet is changing the course of direction, course of the velocity, that means it's changing momentum. So the at rate of change of momentum, the force is coming, and how that force was calculated to show that it is varying with inverse square law. I mean, with the square of the, I mean, inverse of square of distance of the radius vector from the sun to the planet. Okay. So this is a kind of cognitive revolution. This is of course a cognitive revolution. Now that cognitive revolution spread, right? It was circulated through the society, and with this conclusion, Edmund Halley came up with that remarkable result that a particular comet will, visit the Earth every 76 years. So, and this continued to spread over the centuries and brought, huge number of scientists, intellectuals together to work on dynamics, the Newtonian dynamics. So this is the way everything has developed. So this is the main theme of my book, where that synchronization has been studied from some fundamental principles. Okay, so what is the greatest synchronizer? The greatest synchronizer is time. We are all bound by time, right? So when we are starting for some venue, we are not seeing when the venue is going to start, or starting for the venue from home. We are not looking at others, or we are not observing how it is being organized to get the start. We are just following our watch and proceeding, and we are in the right place at the right time. Okay, so time is the greatest synchronizer of all. Now time on Earth is being administered by sun. So sun has three fundamental properties by which the time is being administered. Everything on Earth is being synchronized by sun. So number one is huge power. Sun is the most overwhelming source of energy on Earth. Okay, so that is important. Something to synchronize. If somebody wants to synchronize some mass or certain number of agents, number one, that particular agent which is wanting to synchronize will have to have huge power. Number two is the communication. That power will have to be able to communicate with all the other agents. Okay. And number three, that agent which is synchronizing, that agent will have to be very stable. That means its entropy will have to be very low. The agent cannot be very erratic. Okay. So these three properties are very important. So in case of sun, all these three properties are satisfied. Sun is huge source of power. Sun is communicating with the Earth across the spectrum of all electromagnetic waves. Almost from 0 to infinite frequency. And number three, the sun's motion round the Earth, relative motion round the Earth, it is very stable. It happens in precise intervals, okay, which we call day. So these three synchronizing properties are true for all major synchronizers. One good example is God. Okay. So whether God exists or not, I'm not going into that argument. I'm personally atheist, but God has a huge contribution in developing the civilization, right? Because of existence of God, for the first time in civilization, humans could come together. Large number of human beings could come together, which was not possible for single individuals to bring. Human leaders to bring, because human leaders are mortal and their power is rather limited. So when human leaders are being associated with God, in olden days you will see kings are often close to God, or priests are close to God, and in most cultures, in olden days, Rulers were always considered closer to God. So that is actually enhancing the power of ruler manifold. And the ruler is getting the chance to synchronize the masses, okay, to rule over them. So that is the principal role of God. Because of that kind of cognitive revolution and cognitive synchronization, it was possible to do, say, trade and commerce. For example, when civilization was evolving, the communities were small, they don't know each other. So they are producing something, or they have something, so they want to exchange it to the other communities. How people will trust them that they are getting the right thing for right exchange? How would they be sure of it? So they started believing each other's God. I mean, I don't know the person, but I know the God who the person is following. So this way they trusted the God first, and then they trusted the person, and this way the exchange grew up. Okay. So that was, the most fundamental contribution of God. I mean, whether God exists or not, it's irrelevant. The man's belief in God is enough. I mean, if you have something in mind, for example, the numbers don't exist in reality. These are the symbols. And we intellectually, we have built a whole, system of numbers, the real number system, which is the most, I would say, profound intellectual tool which we carry in our mind all the time. Without real number system, there would have been no science, no physics, no internet, no computer science, nothing. Okay. So this, you can say, the greatest discovery of science ever. And it took a long time, more than 2000 years to develop. Okay. So this is another cognitive synchrony, cognitive revolution. Of course, it happened through a long time. And real number system, most important thing is that here people absolutely agree, absolutely synchronize. There is no question of any disagreement. 2 plus 2 equal to 4. Everybody will have to agree on that, right? So all the operations of real number system, or all the results of real number system, the entire calculus being developed on real number system, everybody will exactly agree on that. There cannot be any disagreement. So this type of agreement is not possible. I mean, outside the pure mathematics, this type of agreement is not possible in any other science. Everywhere there is some small dispute. For example, during Galileo's time, what Galileo did, he told that, okay, the sun is fixed and Earth is moving around the sun. At that time, not many people believed it. But over the time, everybody believed it, right? So that is important. So what we decide, what we accept as true is because of synchronization, this cognitive synchronization. There is no absolute truth, only absolute synchronization. For example, again, I'm going back to the leaf is green example, because we all know the leaf is green, right? But there are, say, less than 0.5% of the population who are monochromatic blind, cannot see any color. Except, black and white. They see at grayscale. They don't see leaves are green. They see blackish, grayscale, right? But since they are only 0.5% or less than 0.5%, so they are common knowledge, which is the synchronization, the mutual information. If you have more mutual information, you are more synchronized. If you have less mutual information, you are less synchronized or desynchronized, right? So since that is across a very small number of population, that is ignored. Nobody says the leaves are, gray. Or most of the animals, they don't have color vision. Most of the animals don't have color vision, like humans. So they don't see leaves as green. But in human society, within human knowledge, since majority of the human beings, they agree that leaves are green, so this is a kind of tautology in human society. So this is the fundamental theme of this book. And This is very interdisciplinary. I mean, there are 9 chapters. 9 chapters. Actually, what I tried to show in this book is that one chapter is devoted on intelligence and intellect, where brain science has been discussed. Actually, I have taken some major themes whose cognitive revolution and cognitive synchronization greatly advance the civilization. So they are, for example, God. I already told, there is one chapter devoted to God. There is another chapter devoted to religion, because religions are great synchronizers. They brought mankind together. Whether you follow some religion or not, it has huge contribution in our cultural development. You may or may not adhere to particular religion. That's your choice. But most of the people, they follow at least some norm of some religion, and that helped to build the society. I have argued in this book that had there not been God and religion, there could not have been any science, because Christian religion, it played a profound role in taking the Greek intellectual heritage, the Greek mathematics and Greek science, Greek philosophy, to pre-modern Europe. And it was one major reason for the European Renaissance. So Christian religion played a big role in that. Okay. So those I have discussed in this book. And then religion, and then there is culture, education, science and technology, trade and commerce. So these are major areas of activities, human activities, which took the civilization great leaps forward. So that, those things I have discussed. Okay. So it is a very evolutionary approach, how gradually from stone tool development, for example, technology, there are certain technologies, for example, modern information technology. This is the most powerful technology in the sense, the way it brought man together, the whole mankind together, no other technology before it could do it. So synchronization is actually building power. The more people you can bring for one cause, for one particular goal, the more powerful that goal becomes, the more powerful that objective becomes. So synchronization builds power. In that sense, the kind of synchronization, huge synchronization across the human population all over the world, information technology could make that no other technology could do earlier. That is the reason information technology is the most powerful technology of all the technologies. Okay. So what I can take a few examples. What is it? In chapter 6, I discussed about science and technology. So here science has been, looked from a different point of view. So science has two parts. Here the point of view is science has two parts. One is science of communication, that is the language. Another is science of comparison, that is number. Any science that you are going to do, when you are, science cannot be individualistic. Science is a social endeavor. Okay. So if you do something, you have to communicate it. You have to document it, right? You need to write it down. So whenever you are communicating the science or documenting the science, you are doing it through some language. So that is one part of the science. Okay. The other part is science is always, you are quantifying anything, any attribute in science, you need to quantify, be it mass, be it time, be it length, whatever. Okay. So you have to quantify it, and you are often at every stage of your argument, you are comparing those quantities. So you are using the law of trichotomy of the real numbers. If A, B are two real quantities, either A is less than B, or A is greater than B, or A equal to B. So quantifying means what? You are mapping that particular attribute on real number, okay, and then comparing those quantities. So that's how you are formulating all the equations or inequations, and you are formulating the results, and you are pursuing them. So this is basically science, any branch of science, be it biology, be it physics, in any branch of science, you are quantifying and comparing, and you are, documenting it, communicating it. So these two are the basis of science. So this way science has been visualized. And then technology part, I have discussed 14 technologies, 14 different technologies. Those technologies, how they, advance the civilization, advance the, each of those technologies. Why 14? There are many more technologies, but why 14? These 14 technologies took, were particularly responsible for bringing mankind together, synchronizing mankind together. Okay. So the first one is stone tool. It is 2 million years old. Okay. So development of stone tools. I'm not going into the detail here because details are quite, you can see in the book. It is available in Amazon Prime. The hard copy version I have not yet brought out. In near future, I will bring out hard copy version. So it is for the time being available in Amazon Prime. Anyway, so the first is stone tool. That is the oldest technology. Then use of fire. Then watercraft, the watercrafts, and then came other technologies which making fire, watercraft. Okay, domestication of animals and plants. These are also, technological. Then urbanization is a sub-technology. Okay. Then the use of metals, and then wheel, then dairy, and then riding, and then printing, and then steam engine, and then science and technology. Okay. Then telegraph, telephone, electrical technology. Then telegraph, telephone, automobile, radio, aviation, remote vision, and computer. And finally the mobile phone, internet and mobile phone. So these technologies I discussed. Naturally, in trade and commerce, when I discussed it, politics came, and that also I discussed. Here I will just, here it will be relevant to mention just one thing where I compared the trade expansion, ultimately the imperialistic expansion of the East India Company to Bengal, and at the same time the American Independence War that was going on in North America. In American Independence War and British East India Company, war in Bengal, if you compare these two, then you will see that there the area was much bigger, twice as much as Bengal, and the population was much thinner, only roughly 2 million Europeans. Here the area was smaller, almost half the area, and the population was much higher, 36 billion. And culturally, they are completely different. They are culturally very similar. Okay, they are also British subjects, but here they were able to overpower the land within 8 years, but there they had to go away. Eventually, they had. I mean, they could not manage the, manage to keep them in British rule. Okay. Whereas here the East India Company's fight was through a mercenary force. There the British regular armies were fighting in America. Okay. So, I mean, how the cognition helped, that I focused very much in this particular presentation. Page number 470, এটা সময় লাগবে এইভাবে। Page number আসছে না? Okay, okay. Here you see, I mean, actually, at that time, that 30 North, in 30 North American colonies, there are already several colleges. I mean, Harvard already started, that was a college at that time. Yale University started as a college. University of Pennsylvania started as a college. So there are several colleges, and they were publishing, there are several newspapers, they are being published. Okay. So when there was a shooting incident, British troops, opened fire on a crowd, some 300, 400 crowd. They were demonstrating, and British troops fired on them. Okay. So that incident rapidly circulated among the entire colony and created an environment of unified resistance. Whereas in Bengal, what happened, there was famine, and despite the famine, there was no tax rebate. East India Company imposed additional tax. When the farmers, protested against the tax, they were hanged on the spot in many places. Okay. But that was not spread around. That was not circulated. Those remained local phenomenon. No mass movement could build up. But in the North American colonies, because of their cognitive advancement, that was possible. And that created kind of environment, and there are many other reasons, that created an environment where a resistance was possible. But in Bengal, what happened? The resistances were there, but they were more localized and they were more isolated. They didn't build up. It was basically, what I showed, it is basically a defeat because of this cognitive deficiency in our case. And in America, that didn't happen, and that was the main reason that is why I mean, North American colonies could eventually snatch their independence. They were not, they didn't remain subjugated under British rule for long. Okay. So this is the advantage of cognitive development, cognitive revolution, and cognitive synchronization. This actually dictates everything. Even modern research or modern power politics, they all rest on cognitive, cognitive synchronization. For example, the political party that is coming into power, if it can synchronize largest number of votes, it will come to power. Okay. So this cognitive synchronization, it is everywhere, and it is very important. So that is, through several case studies I have shown in this book, that is the ultimate driving force of civilization. And intellectual development plays a very, central part in it, because what is intelligence? Intelligence is actually efficiency in cognition. That is the perception and action. These two jobs, these two tasks, how efficiently can you do? That is the measure of your intelligence. Okay. So whenever we are, so any institution, be it state, be it educational institution, whatever it is built on cognitive synchronization. That is, people are agreeing to build that institution. For example, India as a state, naturally it does not exist. If you see the boundary of India, the frontiers of India, it changed at different points of time in history, right? Now we have one boundary. 200 years back, we had another boundary. 200 years after, we may have another boundary. But why India exists? Because 1.4 billion people, they are coming together to adopt a constitution, to pay tax, out of which a government has been raised, government has been financed, so staffs have been recruited, a military has been deployed, staffs have been recruited in the military, so a bureaucracy has been recruited, and a system has developed. So everyone is obeying law. Of course, some people, they don't obey law, but they are very, small number. Largely people are obeying law, they are obeying the constitution, okay? They are obeying the state, they are paying taxes. That's how the system is going on. Everything is standing on this cognitive synchronization. Okay. Had there been no cognitive synchronization, there could not have been any Indian state. And the people outside India are also respecting it. So that's how a country, a nation like India is existing. This is true everywhere. This is true for religion also. This is true for culture also. This is true for science. Nothing is absolute in science. Nature does not have any obligation to obey Newton's law. It is humans, effort to understand the nature by virtue of the Newton's law. Okay. Here, what I have shown mathematically in the appendix, I am not going into the detail. There I have shown that even in the biological systems, all three laws of Newton are valid. Just I am giving some intuitive idea. That is, when we are reacting to some environmental stimulus, environmental situation, what we are doing, the different parts of our body, different parts of our brain and different parts of our body, they are coming together for an action. Okay? So, in response to environmental inducement, our body is synchronizing, different parts of our body, they are synchronizing. Okay? So, this is tantamount to the third law of Newton. As an action of the environment, our body is reacting through synchronization, right? And first and second law are coming from information processing. Actually, everything is information processing. The information is coming from the environment, and body is preparing action, that action can also be completely converted into information. Each and every action will give rise to precise information. Okay, so that information has been modeled as, I mean, if you can think of signal, signal is nothing but, I mean, it's just some jittery graph. I mean, graph of a continuous function on the Euclidean plane, say. Okay, so it's a time domain signal means it's a function which is depending on time, varying with respect to time. Okay, so I mean x y equal to x is something like that is the signal. So this is nothing but deformation of a straight line. Straight line is what? One-dimensional surface. You are deforming a one-dimensional surface in different shapes to encode information in that surface, and that is the representation of your information, encoding of your information. So it is, information is being encoded by deformation of surface, deformation of manifold, right? Now, this deformation, I mean, it has been modeled as, you know, what if it is one-dimensional signal, it has been modeled as a trajectory of a particle moving in a force field with one-dimensional freedom. That is, freedom is only in y dimension. X dimension, the so-called, I mean, abscissa, it is the time is evolving at a uniform rate. Okay, the time is evolving at a uniform rate, and in the ordinate y dimension, you are getting the applied force, which is, I mean, which has 1 degree of freedom. I mean, along the abscissa. So these, from there, how information is being encoded in that signal has been derived. Okay, so here you see the first law of motion of Newton, that is, I mean, if you I mean, do not apply any force from outside, the momentum will remain the same. Okay, that is the first law of I mean, motion. And the second law of motion, I mean, when you are applying the force, I mean, applied force is proportional to the rate of change of momentum. That's it. So from these two, you are deriving the encoding of information in the surface. So there are mathematical derivations. I am not going into the detail. It is given in the appendix A. Okay. Why information is important? Because information, I mean, if you take the mutual information across the HMs, so mutual information is giving you the amount of synchronization. If the mutual information is more, synchronization is more. If the mutual information is less, synchronization is less. So, for example, we can tell, say, a group of soldiers marching. So they are moving in same way. They are moving their foot, their hand, and their I mean, direction of the face at the same direction. They are moving their hand in the same way. They are moving their foot in the same way. So all these actions are synchronized. They are together. So this is an example of synchronization. So synchronization basically when you are having the mutual information. Okay, if the mutual information is high, synchronization is high. So this is why information is so important, and coding of information is so important. So what I have done in this book is that I mean, information has been analyzed and information sharing has been analyzed, and that information how making synchronized, I mean, different individuals or different systems, that has been discussed. Okay, so, and this is at the root of everything. I mean, the entire human civilization, the entire human growth. Okay, so that has been discussed in this book. So, and I mean, development of insight and foresight, this gives you how well a system will run. How well a system will run. when I was discussing this, the British East India Company's war in Bengal and American independence war in North American colonies. There I have discussed about the system development. For example, in British East India Company, you will see it's a very robust system. It is a governing body sitting in London, and they have released share in the share market. The various people bought the share, they invested in the company. So the company has a capital. That capital they invested in India and raised a troop, an army. They have their ships, they have their specific spaces which are called Koti. For example, they had in Calcutta Fort William Fort. They had business post, the Koti in Kasim Bazar, Masulipatnam, in different places, in Patna, in different places. Okay. They are conducting military. You see, when they are conducting military operations against, Mysore, once the ruler is killed, the Nawab is killed, everything goes away. The entire system collapses. But on behalf of the East India Company, only the army officers are conducting the military operations. Some Colonel Bailey, there is a big name. He was an instrumental army officer during the war with Hyder Ali. Okay, Colonel Bailey got injured. He didn't die. He injured. But what will happen? Even if he dies, another colonel will come. Even in a battle, East India Company's troops are defeated. The company structure remains intact. Whereas if Nawab is defeated, Nawab is killed, the entire kingdom is gone. Okay. So this institutional structure, the difference of this institutional structure, how robust East India Company was because of their board of governors, because of their tight structure of governing, okay, how they were stronger and how the Nawabi system was weaker, that I discussed in this book. So that was the reason why they could succeed, because of stronger institution build up, and Indian side could not succeed. And here the intellectual angle played a very big role, because if you see the way they have studied Indian systems, okay, Indians did not study them. They were much better aware of the weaknesses and strengths of the Indian side than the Indians were aware of them. So that kind of intellectual depth they had, and they studied, they formulated their strategies, and they remained ultimately successful. Even when they had some occasional debacles. For example, some battles they lost, sometimes they had to retreat, but they could regroup and come back and then take over again. But this type of thing was not very successful in North American colonies, because in North American colonies, when they were fighting with the colonists there, the intellectual level was very similar. They did not have this advantage. If you see the colony's leadership, for example, George Washington or Horatio Gates or the Thomas Paines, okay, they are very good intellectuals. Not that they were always, they always agreed with each other. They had very serious differences at times, but they, because of their better foresight, they could accommodate each other. That is, okay, we have difference, but we will not withdraw, we will not go away, or we will not fight among ourselves. We have a common goal and we will pursue that goal, we will achieve that goal. Whereas here, people became more short-sighted, they became more self-centered. When they saw that, they had a clash, they betrayed with each other, which did not happen in case of North American colonies. So here the intellectual development, intellectual foresight development played a very crucial role. So these I have shown in this book, I mean discussed in this book. Okay. So that's what an overview I could give. If there is any question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was a very interesting talk. Any question from student side? No? No question or doubts? Okay, sir. Then we can call it a session now. Okay. Please be seated. Please be seated. We are at the end of this seminar today. We'll start tomorrow again. But before that, I think there is some announcement. Our coordinator asked to be seated to everyone. So please patient. And tea will be served outside after this session is over. But let us, Ravi sir, come back. Then we'll go outside. We can try for a group photo, but I don't know how can we accommodate all of you. Maybe tomorrow at the lunchtime at the rooftop. Okay.
হ্যালো, এই তোমরা